Welcome back to this channel, or if you're new, welcome to this channel. I am the Code Cartel, and today we are going to be working on full stack development. You're going to be using Django Python and you're going to be using Next.js. These are one of the most powerful frameworks out there. To get started, I want you to focus on the backend, and on the backend, you're going to create our Django application. And with this, I can now access my backend directory, and I'm going to have my Python to create venv to create my virtual environment. And with this, I have my virtual environment created. Now I can get started with installing Django. But first of all, I want you to note it's important to always activate your virtual environment. And how are we going to do this? Well, so simple. We access the virtual environment directory. We then head over to the scripts. If you're using Windows, you're going to use a backslash. This is a backslash, and going to have the scripts, and then we're going to activate our environment. And if we installed the virtual environment correctly, it should get activated. Let's see. And you can see I have this here, meaning that I have activated my virtual environment. I have this in the parentheses reading venv, and now I can actually go ahead to install my first requirement, which is obviously Django. I'm going to wait for this to install, and once you're done, we can now open up our editor and start actually working on our backend. Before we even start our Django application, I want you to have these requirements. Check these requirements, create a requirements.txt file, and just paste in these requirements. And once you're done with that, you run this command to install the requirements, because if you lack any of these, most likely you're going to get a conflict or you're going to get a missing dependency error. So install these requirements before we get started. Once you're done installing your requirements, we're going to go ahead and now create and initialize our project. I'm going to run this command, Django admin start project, and have a full stop at the end. This is going to be my main folder or my main app or my main directory for those who have used Django. Now, if you're watching this video, I expect you to have some basics regarding Django, Python, and because we're going to need these basics, you need to know how to start a Django application. You need to have some basics with Django in order to understand this video and this topic. So I'm going to have my main directory named as core, and I'm going to have a full stop, and this full stops prevents duplication of the folders, which is less confusing to me. So let me go ahead and create this. And there you see, I have created my core directory or my main directory. That's why I named it core. And I'm going to clear, and to see if our application is successfully set up, I'm going to run server. And I have this red line telling me I have an applied migration, but everything seems to be set and running. Nice. So we are obviously going to make some few modifications in our settings.py. And the first modification that I made is I added some content to my allowed host. So I added localhost, I added 127.0.0.1, and these might help us when you're deploying our application. When we define our allowed host, it might be useful during our deployment because you're going to be needing this list. Also, you can see I have my secret key. I'm going to just copy this and paste it in my .env, and once I've done that, you can go ahead to just say os.get and I can go ahead to have my secret key right here, and I'm going to remove this default because I cannot have a default for secret key. We cannot have any other secret key. And you'll see this warning telling us don't run the debug turned on in production. Now, when we talk about debug, this really helps you to catch small errors, and it really gives you a clue of what is going on in your application whenever you get an error. So turning this to false in our development environment might cause you not to find the errors. It might lead you to not finding the errors that you want to see, and it might be a little bit hard to debug your application. So always make sure this is turned to true in your development environment. Now, application definition. Right here, I want us to have a simple trick. I'm going to have 3 lists, and then I'm going to combine them into installed apps. I'm going to add them and combine them to form one list. But before that, I would want us to start our app. We have our users app that we're going to have, and I'm going to manage my users in a different directory. For example, you see I have this code directory right here, so I'm going to have another one to manage users. It makes it less confusing, and whenever you're working with huge applications, you need to divide your backend into small applications to help you manage and to navigate between different functionalities, which is really essential. Now, a pro for Django is that it gives you the ability to divide your application or your backend into as many applications as possible and actually have work on different areas with the different application. Let's see how this is going to go. I'm going to start up users, and once I give this command, you can see a new folder is going to be created, and there we go, we have our new folder. And in our new folder, we have a different models.py, we have a views.py, we have a urls.py similar to the one in our core, and this is the main urls.py, and we're now going to include the other urls. Isn't this beautiful how Django manages your application, how Django manages everything? I just like it, and it makes it even much simpler to work with Django. You can also see here we have our admin.py where we're going to register our models so that you can manage them in our admin panel, which is also offered by Django. And I have my models.py and my views, and you're going to see all of this later. You're going to see how we can work with them. I'm also going to go ahead and create another app, and I'm going to call my other application recipes. See now, sorry, start up. Remember this, start up recipes. If I do this again, I can create another folder, and our recipes are going to be in a different app. Amazing, right? And finally, I'm going to create another very important application that I want us to have, and I'm going to call it categories. Okay. Now, this is a recipe sharing application, meaning that users can come and be able to share recipes and other users can come and view recipes and like them and choose a recipe that they like, and it can actually be a real world project. If you want to put it in your portfolio, it's a very nice project because it shows that you can work with Next.js and Django in full stack. You can perform CRUD operations, you can perform authentication and things of that sort. So I'm going to have another app called it categories, and these are my categories for the recipes, and I'm going to manage them in a different application. Now I have my 3 applications installed. Okay, so for if you want Django to identify your applications, you have to add them in this list of installed apps. But I'm going to do this in a different style. I want to have this. Okay, sorry. I want to have this. Okay, and I'm going to define my local apps, the one that I just installed. I'm going to show you. So I'm going to first of all add users app, and then I'm going to have categories, and then I'm going to also have recipes. We just created these apps, right? Now you can see I'm doing this in a different style. I no longer have the installed apps. I no longer have that one disk. Now if I want to now have my installed apps, I'm going to now have the combination of these 3. This helps me separate my application and know which apps are given by default by Django, know the third-party apps or the dependencies that I've added, and it also helps me differentiate my local apps. Very useful trick, and it's just a simple trick, but it's very useful. It's going to save you a lot, and it's going to reduce the confusion of which apps are given by default by Django, which apps you've installed or added, which dependencies. We have our REST framework, we have the course headers, we have all this. It's going to save you a ton of time, and it's going to give you less confusion. And remember, the goal and the aim of our code is to always reduce on confusion and to have reusable components as much as possible, and to actually understand our code and to make it understandable to everyone who is trying to go through our code. That's the main aim of a developer. So with this, we're going to have 3 different lists, each showing our different categories of installed application. With this said, I can also go ahead to configure my course setting. I'm going to go ahead and have my course setting at the bottom of my settings of PY, and I'm going to allow localhost 3000, which is the obvious localhost used by Next.js, which is used by Next.js in production, and this is one of the most obvious and the most common localhost that Next.js uses. It's also the same as this. This also means localhost, so there is no difference. And you can see now I have my course allowed origins. And once you do that, remember, for you to also work with course, you also have to add something in your middleware. And now I have modified my middleware. You can see right here, I have these course headers.middleware.course middleware. For Django to work with course, you need to have this added to your middleware. I also have my security middleware. I also have my CRSF middleware. I also have my message middleware and all these. So this is how my middleware is going to look like. And now let's go ahead to add our simple JWT configuration in our settings so that simple JWT can also work with Django. Now we are at Neon's landing page. This is the open source database that I'm going to be using, and you can see they have Postgres SQL. So it's going to be using Postgres SQL under the hood, And I like this because it's super simple to integrate. It's easy to work with and it's very fast. Lightning fast, edge ready. That's why I love it. So, how can we connect with our database? How can we integrate it to our application? Super simple actually. Just need to log in. And if you don't have an account, remember to create one. Super simple. You can do this with GitHub, Google account, Microsoft account, etc. And I have some of my projects right here, as you can see. And if I want a new project, I just go ahead to name my project. And once I have my project, I will be redirected to a page like this. And in this page, I will now go ahead to connect my database. And right here, there's a drop-down menu where I'm supposed to choose from read this drop-down menu right here, which let me choose from different frameworks and technologies. There's Next.js, there's Prisma. Most of the time I used Prisma or Node.js, but now I'm working with Django. So I'm going to select on Django, and you can add this to your settings.py. You have your .env database URL, and you can copy this and create a .env file and add it and paste it right there. Again, this is a personal choice. You can go ahead to work with your provided database, which is SQLite, which is provided by Django on default, but I don't like to work with SQLite. I prefer to work with this open source database, which is working with PostgreSQL. So it's your choice, but I would recommend you to use Neon. It's super easy to integrate, it's super easy to work with, it's very fast and very efficient, and it's also super cheap. So that being said, you can do as I've shown you. You can follow the steps, come here and just add this to your settings.py, copy the environment variables right here that are given your .env and paste them in your project. I'd like us to get started by creating the models. You can see right here I have about 1, 2, 3 user. I have 3 applications that need to have models, and I'm going to start with the user. In the models.py, I'm going to clear this, and I'm going to be showing you something else today. Maybe you don't know this, but Django comes with its own user model out of the shadows, and also Django comes with its own ORM out of the shadows. Now, what is an ORM? Think of Prisma, think of Drizzle. That's an example of an ORM. Django comes with its own ORM, meaning that we can write our models in this file in our own easy to understand language, and this will be translated to the database, and tables will be created as we want them. Isn't that amazing? I'm also going to be showing you how to extend a custom user, how you can change some attributes in your user model, how you can add some attributes in your user model, which is super important, which is a super important skill. I've seen some developers struggling with this. They don't know how to extend their user model, but there's something that Django offers which helps us with this process. And I'm going to write it just here. It's a simple import, and it looks something like this. .auth .models, and from this we're going to import our abstract user. With this, we can now be able to abstract our user and extend the user, add some attributes or modify some attributes. I think that is just amazing. So we're going to get started by creating our class and naming it custom user. Now, the custom user class is going to inherit from the abstract user class like this, and then we are going to have our first attribute here as our email, and the email is a models.email field, and we cannot afford to leave the email blank. It's very useful, so I'm not going to set this to blank or null to true. We need an email from a user. A user will not be able to register if they have not put their email. I'm not going to have a first name or a last name, but I'm going to have something else, which is a bio. The user or the chef can tell the other user something about themselves or what they like to do, or just a small description of their hobbies or their interest. So I'm going to create this. It's going to be a text field. Now this can be set to blank, true, and null true, meaning that it's optional. Another thing that I'm going to add, which is very useful, is our profile picture, and I'm also going to have this as an optional attribute, meaning that a user can be created without the profile picture. And I want you to note something very important, something that you might make a mistake in. So remember, I defined the root URL to my media in my settings.py, and that's the base URL for my media. That's the base root folder for my media. It extends that base, that root media folder. It extends that root media folder because remember, the root media folder, it had a forward slash it had a backslash at the end. You need to have this backslash at the end of your profile pictures. Otherwise, you might encounter some errors or you not be able to create your images or upload the images. Super important to note that you need to have a backslash at the end of your definition of the file you want to store the profile picture. It's not a must you have the profile pictures, the root, the path defined exactly as mine. You can make some modification. You can decide to name this something else, but remember to have this backslash at the end. Next thing I'm going to have is another optional attribute, and is the location. This is completely optional. The user does not need to dispose or expose their location or add their location, but I'm just going to have this as an optional attribute. The user can decide to show their location, maybe to find other people around them or interact with other people around their area. So it's still optional, that's why it's blank true, null true. The next thing that I want to have is a date joined. And this attribute, now this attribute is going to be a date time field. And I'm going to have another attribute named updated at. Copilot is really doing a good job in auto completing my fields. It's like it knows what exactly I want to write. So again, I want you to note this difference. We have the auto now add. What does the auto now add do, and what does the auto now do? What is the difference between these two? So this is only created once, okay? And this is only created when a user is created. The auto now add only fills this value field once, and this is automated. You don't have to manually write the date field. Django is going to do that work for you, but this is only created once and it cannot be changed. Now, what about auto now? Auto now is a field that is value is created when a user is saved. So you can have a user modifying some fields, and when they do this updated at changes, the value changes, the date time field changes. That's the difference between the datetime field auto now add true, and the datetime field auto now true. This is when when the user is saved, and this is when a user is created, and this cannot be changed. This only works when this only created when a user is created, and it cannot be changed. This can be changed. That's the major difference. You're going to go ahead and have our username field as the email field, and the required field is the username. What does this mean? This means that this is the username field. This will be the field that will be used to be logging in the user. And we require the username. So when I say the username field is equals to the email, it does not mean that we'll get rid of the username. When a user is registering, they still need to have their username, their email, and their password. And now I'm going to go ahead and create another method which is going to be returning our user. This will be shown when we are fetching a user by default or not specifying any attribute. We want them to return their username. So I'm going to have this, and I'm going to be returning self dot username, and I'm going to go ahead and have another super powerful and important method, which is going to be the save method. It's going to be the save method, and it's going to take the self argument, the extra arguments, and all these. And okay, this is not what I want. I want it to help me in resizing my profile picture in case a user updates a profile picture. I don't know whether you have this experience. You visit an application or a website, and when you upload your profile picture, you're told that the profile picture does not meet the required dimensions. Well, we have Django, and Django solves this problem very simply. So I'm going to import a third party right here to help me resize my profile picture. If a user uploads a profile picture and it's not within our required dimension, we not tell the user to go and resize their profile image. What is going to happen is we are going to have a function do this for us, and it's going to automatically save the profile picture. So I have from pil import image, and with this I can now go ahead to check. I'm going to delete this. I don't need this. If not self.email, I don't need that. I'm going to go ahead and check if a user has a profile picture. We're going to go ahead and we're going to give our method in a variable called img, and it's going to open the image. You're going to open the image, and then you're going to check if the height is greater than 300 pixels, I think, or the image width is greater than 300 pixels. This is the standard size. And then if not that, we are going to resize our image. This is the magic here. This is the magic that happens. And this function, this method is called every time a user is saved. So it means every time a user updates or every time a user uploads a profile picture, the profile picture will be automatically resized if it does not meet our required dimension. I think that is awesome. So with this, we have created our custom user right here. Another method that I want to have, before I forget, another method that I want to have as a property is our recipe count. So if it happens that this user is creating recipes or is sharing recipes, then we need to have these recipes count. It's going to save us a lot of time where we're going to be knowing the number of recipes that are associated with this user. So when fetching our data from this our backend API, we're going to be knowing what the number of recipes, and we're going to know that with this count method offered by Django. It's going to tell us exactly how many recipes are associated with the user. And with this, I've come to an end of creating my user model. These are the attributes you're going to be using. You can add more attributes. You can also have this attribute. I was thinking of this attribute. You can have is chef verified. Is chef verified. Chef verified. If this was a real world application and if you're going to go ahead and work on this application to be a real world application, remember, not just everybody can share recipes. You need to have certain people with certain qualification to share your recipes. And I'm going to have this as a default of true so that every time every user can be able to create their recipe or share a recipe. But if it was a real world application, what I would do is I would first of all verify if the user sharing the recipe is actually a verified chef. Maybe I would have a field for them to upload some files or to upload some documentation for me to verify that they are actually qualified chefs. So this is just a by the way. I'm going to leave it here and just set it to true, but you should have this as a default of false so that every time you can check whether a chef is qualified. With this, I'm done creating the custom user. And once you're done with this, you can go ahead to your settings.py in your code directory and add this snippet right here. Add this snippet somewhere in your settings.py. Update the auth user models in the settings.py first. Don't forget this. It's going to tell Django exactly which user model we are using. So remember, we changed this user model, we did some modification, and we are letting Django know that this is where it can find our user model. So without this, you might encounter errors. You're going to encounter a lot of errors when working with your user model. So make sure you have this added in your settings.py. Make sure you have this line of code added in your snippets.py. Don't forget to do that and save. And with this, we are done creating our user models.py. This is how you extend the user model. This is how you modify the user model. So in order for us to work with our custom user model, we need to add this code snippet in our settings.py. We need to have this line added. And I have the reminder here to update your user model in settings.py first. Once you're done creating your user model, your custom user model, you need to go ahead and add this in your settings.py. And what's the functionality of this line of code? What's the functionality of telling the Django about the auth user model? So AI here can explain better. It tells Django to use a custom user model defined in your users app instead of the default user model. As I told you, Django comes with its own default user model, its own user model out of the box. Django offers this out of the box. So if you modify your user model, you need to go ahead and tell Django to use a custom user model. This is useful if you need to add extra fields, as I told you, or methods to the user model, e.g. the profile info, blah, 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 whatever. So we have added some fields, we have modified some fields, we have changed some attributes, and so we need to go ahead and tell Django, hey, this is now our user model. Go ahead and use this. So if you fail to add this line of code in your settings.py, you're going to have problems working with the custom user model. So to avoid this, make sure you have this added in your settings.py. Alright, so we're going to go ahead now and create our categories model. And the first thing I'm going to do is to import another important function offered by Django. And this function is none other than from Django.utils.utils.text going to import slagify, and I'm going to be using this in our model, and I'm going to have my category class as defined, and I'm going to inherit from the models.model. And the first thing I'm going to have right here is a name, which is going to be models.char field. So this is a name, and we expect our name to be unique. We don't expect two categories to have the same name. I'm going to go ahead and have my slug, and also my slug is going to be a models.char field. A models.slug field, and I'm not going to allow this to be blank because we have to have the slug. Now don't worry about creating the slug or writing the slug manually. That's not going to happen. You're going to automate this process. I'm going to show you. Then you're going to have the description, which is a type of text field, and this is nullable and also can be blank, so it's optional. And then I'm going to have the main image, and this is a type of image field which is going to be uploaded to the categories. Remember not to forget this slash at the end because it gives for this to work, for your image upload to work, you need to have this at the end, this slash at the end, otherwise it's not going to work. And remember, we defined our root media URL in our settings.py. After this, I'm going to have something else, and I'm going to say is active, and this is a boolean field, and it's always a default of true. So when you're mapping on our front end, you're only going to map the active category field. So if you feel like a category is not fit, or at another time the category is not really needed, you can set the is active to false, and you won't be able to show the category on your front end, or you won't be able to render or show the category. That's how it works. And then I'm going to have the created at field, and it's going to be a model.datetype, and it's going to be an auto add now add. This is different from an auto now because I told you you only create this once, and this is only created and the value is only filled when we create the category. Remember, the difference between auto now add and auto add is that auto add is updated every time you save the category. So when you update the category, the auto add creates a new value, but this is only created once and cannot be changed. Those are the differences between the auto now add and auto add. Okay, so after this, we are now going to go ahead and define some useful methods. The first method, I want us to be returning the name. Okay, so I want us to be returning the name, and I just had this auto completed for me. This is going to return the name, so you know this. This is what is going to be returned whenever we fetching a category. And we have this function here. So I told you we're not going to leave this to be blank at any point, because whenever you save this, whenever this is a category is created, this function must be called, and it checks whether we have a slug value. If we don't have a value in the slug, it automatically goes ahead to create a slug out of the name. You can choose to have a description to create the slug, but it would be too long, so you're using the name. And this important function offered by Django utils.text does the work of converting the name into a slug. Now, what is a slug? A slug might be useful when it comes to searching and SEO. Remember, when you want a specific category, we can decide to be getting the category by the ID, but we don't want that. We want to be fetching a specific category by its name, and that's why we set the name to a unique of true. So the name has to be unique. So when we're trying to get a specific category, we will be having the name in the URL, and this helps in things such as ranking your website and improved SEO. Again, I'm going to be having the last property here. This is going to be our recipes count. So again, this makes it easier to know how many recipes a certain category has. And with this, I think we're done with the categories model. Okay, now we come to create our most important models.py. We come to create our most important model, which is the recipes model. I'm going to paste in my content, and you're going to go through this code together. I'm going to take you through this code, and first of all, I'm importing the models. I'm importing the get user model, and remember what I told you about having our custom user model, and telling our in our settings we specified that our auth user model is the user's custom user. This is a note that I told you you have to remember. If you don't tell Django you have a custom user model, then Django is not going to recognize that you have customized your user. Again, we have this function that helps Django to get the user model, and with this we can get the user, and we can use the user as we want. Again, I have the slagify function that I was using to convert a name to a slug and use the slug in the URL, use the slug to find a specific category or a recipe. And then I have these validators, which you're going to see how they work. We have this image from Peel, which helps in resizing our images as we store our images, as we upload the image. Once a user uploads the image, if it does not meet our required dimension, remember this function helps resize the image to fit our certain liking. I told you this is also important. Remember, when a user is in some application, when a user is told to upload an image, they are told to upload an image with a specific size. So the user has to go again and do the work of resizing the image, which might be a bad user experience. But for our case, a user does not have to keep on resizing their images. We can do that right here with Django. I have this list of our difficulty choices, and our recipe can have different difficulty choices. So I have the easy mode, the medium, and the hard. We have this, which is a char field which has a maximum length of 200, and we have our slug, which again is not going to be a blank. So we have that, and we have our description, which is a text field, our author, who is the user, and the user was gotten through this get user model through the help of this function, which is offered by the Django contribute auth. So we have a user, and our user is obviously going to be the author, the one who has written the recipe. And we have our category. This is a relation with a category, and it's a one-to-many relation with the category, and one category can have many recipes. Okay, and I have the prep time, the preparation time in short, And I have this help text right here telling showing me what it really means. You can choose not to have this, but you can this is useful in the admin panel. It's useful in the admin panel to guide me. I have the cook time, which is a positive integer. Again, I could choose to have just an integer field. I could choose to have just an integer field, which is offered by Django. But remember, we are trying to avoid as much errors as possible. A user can decide to have a negative number, which is not going to work. Obviously, it's going to be it needs to be a positive integer. And then we have the difficulty, which works with this list of choices we saw here. So you can only have one of these. It's either you have easy, medium, or hard, and it's only a limited choice. So the user cannot uh, add any other kind of content. The user only works with these three choices. And then we have the featured image, which uploads our images to the recipe. I'm going to only work with one image with this recipe, but you can choose to have more images by creating another table that is going to have a one-to-many relations with the recipe. And I have the ingredient, the content, the ingredients, the instructions, and the tips. And this is just a blank of true or null of true, meaning that is not really needed, it's optional. But for the ingredients and instructions, obviously, you're going to need that when a user is creating the recipe. Now, I have another important thing right here I want you to note. We have our favorites, and this is a many-to-many field relation with the user, meaning that a user can have can favorite, meaning that a recipe can be favorited, can be favorite, can be favorited by many users, and a user can favorite many recipes. So these are many-to-many relationship, and it's a many-to-many relationship with between the recipe and the user. Okay, because you see here we have the user. Now, note that you see this through recipe favorite, and this table, this is a table, and this table is right here. This table is right here. So this means that I want you to think of this table as an intermediary table that stores each favorite relationship. And what it does, it stores the user. So we are able to see the user, the recipe, and we have the created at, which is super important again. And this table also says that this unique together constraint says that a user can only favorite the same recipe once. So a user is not allowed to favorite the same recipe twice. That's why we have this unique together constraint. So again, we would decide to just have a many-to-many relation and not use this through keyword. But this is super important as we are able to create a table which shows the intermediary relationship between the recipe and the user, which I think is something that is important and is useful and makes it easier to identify our relationships and the kind of the type of recipes a user has favorited and show their relationship. And again, the unique together constraint ensures that a user can only favorite a recipe once, avoiding errors where a user is trying to favorite the recipe twice or thrice. That cannot work because the user and the recipe have to be unique. Again, we have the status and the metadata. There is published is a default of true. And again, we can decide to map only these published recipes. So if the recipe is not meeting the standards, or you don't like the recipe, or it seems inappropriate, you can set this to false, and you can decide not to map the recipe. We have this featured, which is a default of false. So you can have this if you want to have another category where you put the featured recipes. You can do this by changing this to true. The created that and updated that, I've explained that a couple of times, and we're going to order these but in a descending order depending on the created at attribute. So remember, this is only created once, and this is created when the recipe is created. The difference between this and the updated at and the created at is that this changes every time we save the recipe, but this is only created once and it never changes. We are going to order our recipes in a descending order based on the created at field. Okay, we have the save functionality, which is called every time we create or we save or we create a recipe. And again, we slugify. We're going to automate the process of creating our slug. And again, the slug is created from this, not from the name. Remember the category, we created the slug from the name, but in this table, we're going to create the slug from the title. And then you're going to save. And again, you're going to look whether our image reaches the dimension that we want or meets the dimensional standards that we want. If not, we're going to change the size and you're going to save our image. And then this is the return of the self, the title. We have the total time it takes. This is a property. This is again a function that saves on our time, and it makes working with our data easier. So we're going to get the total time. We're going to calculate that. Another V function that I really like is the average rating. So we're going to get all the ratings, and users might have different ratings. So all users might rate a recipe, might have a different rating. We're going to get all the ratings and to get the average of the ratings, and that's what we are going to give to our recipe. Okay, we have the rating count, which again gives a count of all the ratings we have. The favorites count tells us how many favorites we have on the recipe. And then we have the recipe favorite table. I've explained this. We have the recipe rating. And the recipe rating, as you can see, has a foreign key attribute which maps it to the recipe. And this again, the recipe has a one-to-many relationship with the recipe rating. And remember, I showed you the mean value validator and the max value validators that we imported at the top. What these do is that they ensure that a user can only rate between 1 to 5. And that makes sense, right? Like they're only 1 to 5 star rating. There's no 6 or 7. So it ensures that the user is within these parameters. The user can only have their rating between 1 to 5. We have the review, which is optional in our recipe rating. We have the created at, updated at, and then we have the comment. So users can comment on a recipe. And again, sorry, I forgot to tell you, the user has a unique together constraint, meaning that a user can only rate one recipe once. The user cannot rate the same recipe twice. And then we have this comment which is related to the recipe. Again, the recipe has a one-to-many relation with the recipe comment. So we have the author, we have the recipe, and then we're going to have the content. And again, we're going to have the parent, attribute, which implements a self-referential foreign key that enables threaded or nested comments, essentially a reply system. So we can have one comment and the comment can have replies, if you get what I mean. It creates such a structure. Okay. Proved is a default of true. So if a comment is insightful or is not appropriate, you can always set this, you can always change it to false. So you're only going to map through the comments that are actually approved. You have the created at, updated at. Now we're going to order this in a different way. We're going to order this in the ascending order of the created at field. And with this, we have our models complete. I now want to create my serializers. What is a serializer? Serializers are like translators. They convert our Django models into JSON format that our frontend can understand and vice versa. So think of a serializer like an intermediary between a person who is communicating in English and another person who is communicating in French. And the person who is communicating in English cannot be able to talk to the person who is communicating in French because of the language barrier. So there comes a translator in between to translate what the person who is communicating in English is trying to say to the person who is communicating in French. So it's just the same with serializers. They act as the middleman in terms of communication between the front end and our back end. There's some data that needs to be converted on the part of the Django on the Django side, and there's a part of the data that needs to be translated in terms of JSON when communicating with the front end. So they are also a very essential component when it comes to developing our application. So I'd like to go ahead and create my first serializers.py, and it's going to be in the user settings. I'm going to paste in some of this content. Again, you can see I'm getting my user model from this Django contrib.auth, a very useful method to get my user model. And I'm also getting this validate password. And this is again offered by Django out of the box. So you might be asking yourself what the validate password is used for. Validate password is used for checking whether a password meets certain requirement. For example, you cannot create a password that does not have at least 8 characters. So this is super important. Sometimes you have a lot of work doing this in the front end, creating your validation password in the front end using regex, and if you don't know what regex is, I have a video. I've created a tutorial to show you what is regex, how it works, and how you can create your password validator using React. So if you want to learn more about creating a password validator, you can check out the tutorial. Password is a function offered by Django contrib.auth.password validation, and this library gives us a functionality to check whether our password meets certain requirements. And I think it's also important because it saves some time, it saves some work. And then we have our confirm password, which I also like to refer to it as password 2. So let me make this a little bit shorter. I'm going to call it password 2. So let me change this to password 2. I have this now changed to password 2. So password 2 is going to be the same as the confirm password. And I have my class here which defines the fields that I want and the fields that I'm going to be showing to the user, the fields that I'm going to be sending to the front end. So you can decide to have specific fields, and you may decide not to show certain fields. You can do that and specify that in your serializers. Remember, this is the middleman between the front end and the back end. So you might have certain attributes that you may want to gray out or you don't want to show to the front end. And this where you do that. This is where you do exactly that. You define your fields in this meta class, and you also have to define your user model. And thanks to this function, we are getting our user model. Again, we go ahead to validate and check whether our password is the same as the password is the same as the confirm password. And if we don't get the two passwords matching, we send this error back to our front end showing an error. So we go ahead to now create our user, and you can see here we are going to remove password 2 since it's not a model field. Remember, this confirm password was never part of our fields. It was never part of our model. We did not have this in our model. We just want the user to confirm their password and actually check if it's matching with the first password. So in the data that you're going to create our user, you're going to remove the password 2. And then you're going to go ahead and now create our user. and once the user is created, the user object is going to be returned. I have my user profile serializer right here, and the only thing that the only method that I need right here is the recipe count, and I'm making sure it's a read-only field. A read-only field means that this field can only be viewed, or it can only be read. It cannot be written, meaning that it cannot be modified otherwise. So that's what I've been needing, my recipe count, and that's the only thing that I need to specify as a read-only field in my user profile serializer. I have the ID, which is an integer. I have the username, the email, the bio, the profile picture, the location, the recipe count. These are the fields that I told you need to define. So these fields are the only fields that will be shared in the front end. You can decide to remove other fields or come back later and add other fields, but this is the field that I want to be returned to my front end. And then I also have again another definition of the read-only fields. I'm also specifying another set of read-only fields, which is the ID, the email, and the date joined. Now this means that these cannot be modified. So if it was a write-only field, it means that you cannot see or you cannot read the content. So that's the difference between the read-only and the write-only. And we have this get full name, which is not supposed to be here because I did not have a first name and a last name. So I'm going to get rid of this, and our user profile is simply going to consist of these simple and direct functions. And we go here to have our user update serializer, which is used for updating user profile, and this is just self-explanatory. We're going to have the bio, which is the only fields that you can update is the bio, the profile, and the location. Is our category serializers.py, and I'm just going to paste in the simple details, and I'm going to have the recipe count as the read-only field. I'm still going to specify more read-only fields, that is the ID. Obviously you cannot change the ID. The slug cannot be changed because it's also automated. It's created on the creation of the category, and it comes from the name. So we cannot change this, and the created at field is just a read-only field. Now read-only fields, remember, they cannot be modified. They can just be read. And remember, write-only fields cannot be seen. Such fields are the password. The password should not be seen by the developer or another user. So an example of a write-only field is a password. A read-only field cannot be changed, cannot be written, otherwise it's just there to be read. And I have the fields here. I have the fields that I want, and they match with my models.py. Next, I'll be creating the recipe serializer, which is the last serializers.py. Finally, last but not least, our last serializers.py file, you're going to have our recipe serializers. I'm going to paste them in, and I have this recipe list serializer at the top. And obviously we're going to have our author, and as you know, the author is the user. The category, we already have the category, and it's a string related field. You can see the average rating, which is a function that we created in our recipe models.py. If you can remember, we have the favorite count is also a method that we had in our models.py, and we have this special method called is favorited, and the get is favorited actually check if the user has favorited the current recipe. So if the current recipe has been favorited by the user, is going to return a boolean of true, else we're going to have a boolean of false. And we have this attribute right here. So this is a method, and this method returns this boolean, and that's what is going to be named as is favorited. So this is how we're going to have our list of recipes. The list of recipes, if you'd like to call it, it would be an array of recipes in JavaScript, but Python does not have that. Python refers to them as a list. Okay, now when you go to the recipe details serializer, we have the author, which is the user, and that's why we're using a user profile serializer right here. We have the category, which is the category serializer, and this recipe detail serializer is what we'll be using to get our recipes details. This is what we'll be using to get our recipe details. This is what we'll be calling when you need to fetch a specific recipe. And we have more fields here compared to these fields. So this is just the list. This is basically the array of recipes, if you'd like to call it. And this is a specific recipe. So we're going to have the ID, the title, the slug, the description, the author, the category, the prep time, the total time, the difficulty, and all that. And it's just the same as the recipe list, but this is the detailed serializer, meaning it is focusing on one serializer. And we have these two functions here. We have the get is favorited, which is the same as this method right here, which helps us verify whether the user has favorited the current recipe. And we have the user rating. Now, this is another important method. As you can see, we get the request, and if you have a request and we check if the user is authenticated, we are then going to look at the ratings and get the first rating. Okay, and then we are going to return the rating, else if we don't have a rating, we return none. So it checks for the first rating that is actually associated with the user, and we're going to check whether we have a rating. If we don't have a rating, we're going to return none. So remember, a user is only allowed to rate a recipe once. You cannot rate a recipe twice. That's why we had a constraint field for unique attributes which have to be unique. It had to be the user and the recipe. So it means that a user can only rate a recipe once. And right here, we are going to get the user rating on the specific recipe. Heading down here, we have the create update serializer. These are just the fields as we described them. And we have these two checking for the positive integer. You cannot give a time of a negative integer. The time has to be a positive integer, and that's what is being checked here. So if the value is lesser or equal to 0, we are going to return an error saying prep time must be positive. And if the cook time is also 0 or lesser than 0, we're going to return this error. So every time that you're going to update, if you're going to have time, it must be greater than 0. Whether it's in minutes or in hours, it has to be greater than 0. And then we're going to go ahead and have our recipe rating serializer, which basically returns the attributes in the recipe rating and the recipe comment serializer. And you can see here we're going to have the get replies, and you also have the parent. Remember, I told you the parent is an attribute implemented as a self-referential key that enables nested comments. And the nested comments are called replies. So if we have replies on one comment, then we are going to get the replies and return them as replies. And that's what this method is doing. If we have no replies on a comment, or there is nobody who has replied to a user's comment, then we are going to return an empty list, or what you'd like to call an empty array. And with this, we are done with the serializers. like to go ahead and actually create migrations. We now go ahead to create our first migration. All of this time we have not opened the terminal, and I'm opening the terminal to bump into some errors. And first error I get is a keyword argument null with a triple L. It should be a double L, so why is this error? It tells me it's in my models.py, and I come here and see the error. Here it is. I'm going to delete that, and let me see whether I have any more errors. I want to restart my server. I want to try manage.py run server again to see whether I have any errors that may be a major issue. I'm going to check and see for any errors, and we only have this one error telling us dependency on app with no migration. And we have this one error telling us dependency on app with no migration. That's very easy. It means that we need to create our migration. So I'm going to first of all create my migration, and I'm going to do make migrations. So remember, you need to have some basics about Django, how Django works, what is this, what the make migration, the migrate. I'm going to now, after making my migration, I can now successfully migrate my data to and create my tables in my database, which is the open source database Neon. I might skip forward on this migration, but everything seems to be working okay. Then this, I want us to have a user profile view for specific user, the profile for specific user, and it's going to look like this. It's going to be a retrieve update API view, and we're going to get user profile or update user and update user details. This is the function of our user profile view. And right here, I'm going to first of all start by getting the query set, which is basically all the users in the that you currently have, that is user objects all. And for the serializer class, I'm going to have a special method. Remember, for this we can either update or retrieve a specific user. So the serializer class is going to change based on the function. So if the request is a type of a get request, we are going to work with the user profile serializer. If the request is a type of post request, a type of put or patch request, we're going to work with user update serializer. So I'm going to go ahead and create my method, which is going to be called get, not get object, is get serializer class, and is a type of a self, is going to have a self passed as the argument. And right here, what I'm going to do is by default, I'm going to return the user update serializer, which I already have. And if the request, if the self dot request dot method is equals to get, I'm going to return the user profile serializer, which basically just returns the data of the user. And then I'm going to have my last method here, and this is going to be the get object method, and it simply returns the user. Simply return the self dot request dot user. Again, I'm also going to have a user detail view for the public. Remember, in these applications we are creating, we can decide to make it a little bit fun, which can be like a social media kind of application. Think of Instagram when you're looking up for your friend or you're trying to search for a certain profile, you see their details even when you're not registered as a user. So this public user profile view is supposed to get a user profile for any user. Any user should be allowed, whether authenticated or not, to retrieve the user profile or see the user profile. That might be their image, their bio. Just think of how you interact with Instagram, for example, or Facebook when you're searching for a certain profile and you get to see their details. So you're going to create a view to attain such functionality. And this is going to be called the user detail view. So I'm going to call this the user detail view. And it's going to be a type of retrieve API view. And we are going to have a public user profile. So I'm going to be getting the public user profile. Get public user profile. And what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be starting by the query set, obviously, and just like that, that's how we create our profile, our user detail view. Now, note something important, the lookup field. What is the lookup field? What does this mean? This means that we be checking for the user using their specific username. This will be the one that is used to check for the user, and it's going to be passed in the request. So we're going to see this. You're going to see how we get these from the request, and you're going to see how we can get the user detail, the user public profile using the username. That said, we are now done creating the user's view. I'm also going to go ahead and create my categories views. And with this pasted in, I again import my generics and permissions from the REST framework. And I have my decorators here, the API view, and I have my response and the category from models and the category detail serializer, which we did not create, unfortunately. We're going to go ahead and create our category detail serializer. I forgot to add this serializer, and you're going to create it right now. So going back to my serializers.py, I'm going to have my category detail serializer. And I'm going to come here and just I'm going to click on the autocomplete because it's the code that I exactly want to write. And with this, I now have my detail serializer. Now, what does this category detail serializer do? It helps us get the first 5 recipes within our category. And not only does it help us get our first 5 recipes, it also expounds on the details of our current category. And this is based on one category. So if a user wants to get detail about one category, they are going to use this serializer. You can see this function, what it does, this method right here, it has the self and the object passed in as the arguments. And we're going to check for the request, and you're going to filter the recipes if they are published, and we're going to order by the created attribute, and you're going to get the first 5 recipes. The first 5 recipes in a descending order. That means from the last to the first. So we're actually going to get the last 5 recipes, and those are the latest recipes on that category. So every time we call on this detail, let me go back to my views.py. Every time you're going to be calling on this category detail serializer, you're going to be returning the last 5 recipes on the category, the last 5 recipes of the category. We have our category detail view, And you can see something very important. The lookup field is going to be the slug. So the slug that we passed in the request is going to be used to get our specific category. The slug for the category should be a unique field, so as we can use it to get the specific category. So yeah, note this lookup field right here, and the serializer class, obviously we talked about that, and the permission classes here are going to be allow any. So we can allow any user to look at the categories. A user does not have to be registered or authenticated to look up for the categories or to view the recipes. Again, we have this function here, and on top of this function we have this decorator, meaning that we are only allowing GET request. Any other HTTP request such as the put, post will not be allowed. So this API view helps check on that. And then the method here, we're going to get the top 6 categories. We're only going to limit the categories to 6, and you're only going to be filtering and getting, we're going to be filtering this return type to only active categories. Remember, by default, every category is active, and you can decide to have a category to be set to false, to set there is active attribute to false, meaning that you don't find the category appropriate, or for some reason you updated this later. So for now, we'll be fetching the top 6 categories, and that's what is being returned here. Finally, we have our recipes views.py, and I'm going to paste in the content. You're going to go through this, and first of all, I want you to install this dependency right here. I want you to go ahead and install Django filter. Django filter is going to assist us in filtering and performing queries in our recipes. Now, this is going to be useful if we can do this in the backend, because we'll be returning a specific set of recipes, and we can be able to narrow down our recipes based on categories, based on specific search words on specific fields. So I want you to go ahead and run this command to have Django filter installed. Copy this command, pip install Django filter. You can go through the documentation in their web page to see what Django filter is about. Developers, let's break down this Django REST Framework view, the recipe list view, and how we added powerful filtering, searching, and ordering to it. So we begin with what is a list API view. A list API view is a class provided by Django REST Framework to easily list our objects, as you have seen with our other views. We are using a custom serializer, which is called the recipe list serializer, to control what recipe data is returned. And they allow any permission, means anyone, even they are not authenticated users, can access this endpoint, meaning that any user can see the recipes without needing to be authenticated. We have the filter backends. This is where the magic happens. These 3 backends allow us to filter specific fields, perform search queries using text, and order or sort the results how we want to. When it comes to the filtering of specific fields, these fields can be filtered by directly passing them as query parameters in the URL. Look at this example. These will only return recipes that are vegan and easy. We have the full text search. With the search filter, users can search across these fields using a query parameter like this. This will return any recipe with the word chocolate in the title, description, or the ingredients. It does not have to be a full word. It can be just a text that will be that will return any recipes that will be matching in the title, description, or in the ingredients. And want to sort your recipes by prep time or when they are added, you just pass the ordering in the parameters. When we have our recipe detail view, does not need much explanation. Again, we can see the lookup field right here is the slug field, and the request or the URL must contain the slug, and you're going to extract the slug, and that's what is going to be used to get the specific recipe. Again, the permission classes here are allow any. We're not going to have authenticated users or users to be authenticated to view a recipe. Now we have a recipe create view, and we have a recipe create update serializer, and we have our permission classes. Now here the permission classes are is authenticated, so we cannot just allow any user to perform create or create a recipe. We have to get a user to register and authenticate themselves. And I told you, if it was a real world, a very real world project, you'd prefer to even verify that this is a real chef and have their documents verify they are a real chef to allow them to create a recipe. And we have the function here that performs create based on the serializer that we defined in our serializers.py, and we have this function here that returns this response telling us that our recipe was successfully created. Moving on, we have our update view, which performs the update view, and again right here, not just any user can update a recipe. We need specific users to update a recipe. We have the lookup field, so using the slug, we're going to know which recipe is going to be updated. And then we have the query set. We have the return query set where we filter the recipes based on the author and we return them. Again, we also have our get query set right here on our recipe list view, which returns a list of recipes. And you can see it returns a query with the related author and the category. So this is basically performs an SQL join to fetch related author and category data in a single query. Again, we also have my recipes views, which list current users recipes. So these return only recipes of the current user. So if the user has any recipes, this is going to return the recipes of the current user. And the serializer class is just the recipe list serializer. And you have the permission classes. So remember, for a specific user, the permission class is going to be authenticated. We cannot just have recipes for specific user if we don't even have the user registered or the user created in our database. So it must be authenticated for a user to fetch recipes specifically just for them. And the query set here filters down the recipes to the author, which is the user who is sending the request. And you're going to have a related category field, which is going to be again an SQL join, which is going to return the related category data in that single query. We have a decorator up here, which are meaning that this class can only accept post request and delete request. the HTTP request, it can only allow post and delete. It's not going to allow put, patch, or get. And then we have the permission classes, meaning that this is only going to work for authenticated users. And this is our tag of favorite, and this is another very useful function which enables the user to favorite their recipe. And when a user clicks on the favorite or a user favorites a recipe, this is the function that is going to be called, and is going to check for the, is going to get the recipe first, and if we don't have the recipe, we're going to return an error, and then we're going to check for the recipe favorite, which is another table that we have, which is an intermediary table between the user and the favorited recipe. And you're going to check if we already have the user favorite the recipe. If the user has already favorite the recipe, if they click on that icon to favorite the recipe again, we are going to toggle and unfavorite the recipe. And we can see with this function right here, which is this conditional statement, if you have already, so this get or create means that if this is the get, if we get the favorite, then it means that the user had already favorited the recipe. Remember, a user cannot favorite a recipe twice. A user can only favorite a recipe once. So if they click on the favorite icon again, they are going to be toggling or doing the opposite, which is removing the recipe from the favorites, and it's going to delete, and it's going to return this message, and it's going to also return a favorited of false. Now, if the user had not favorited the recipe, it's going to create the relation and return a favorited of true. We have the API view decorator right here for the get, and it only allows get HTTP request, and the permission class here is authenticated. Now we have the favorite recipe, which is going to enable the user to fetch the recipe, the favorited recipes of the user. So we're going to get users favorite recipes, and you're going to return the data. You can see here we're going to filter down the data to the favorites of the user, and you're also going to make sure that these recipes have and is published of true, and you're going to select the related author and the category. And also we have the recipe list serializer, and this one is going to allow a many of true. Now some of you might be asking, what is the use of the context? So remember, we had this function here, which is called get is favorited, and you see it looks for a self.context.get request. So we need the context passed onto this serializer so that it can be used in this method. Okay, that's why we are passing in the context as the request. And then we have the response, and we also get the count and this beautiful message, your favorite recipes, and a heart emoji. That's it for the favorite recipes. It's just a method to get a user's favorite recipe. We have the rate a recipe, and this is a method for a user to rate a recipe. And you can see again is going to check whether the recipe exists. If there's no recipe with that ID, then you cannot favorite the recipe, and then you're going to go ahead and update or create based on whether the user had already rated the recipe. Okay, so we have the recipe rating serializer and the rating which is passed down. So if you are updating a rating, you're going to pass this to the recipe rating serializer. So this is the function for a user to rate the recipe or update their rating, and also return the rating. And you can see this action is a conditional statement saying added if we have the created. So it means that if the user has just created the rating for the first time, we're going to return this message saying a rating added successfully. That's if a user created a new rating. And if the user is updating their rating, we're going to say rating updated successfully. And then we have our featured recipes, which is going to return the top 6 recipes that are featured. So again, we have our recipe list serializer. We again passing the context, and it's going to allow many recipes and the response here. And that's it for the recipes views, and you're now done with the views.py for each app, for each application. With that being said, now we can try and go to the admin dashboard and try and create a user, a recipe, and a category. I'm going to run this command to create my super user. And it asks me for my email. I can give my email, and I can give my username, and I can give my password. And I've created my super user successfully. Now I'm going to run the server. And I'm redirected to this website, the web page. And I'm going to go to the admin, and I have my email, which was this, and my password. And looking at my admin panel, you can clearly see that I have nothing. I have no list of tables. I have nothing registered. And in order for our tables to appear, and in order for us to be able to edit and work with our tables in the database, we need to go ahead and register our apps. That's what you're going to do. Register our applications. So we are in the admin.py of the categories app. I can just decide to have this admin.register and then register my, come here. Okay, I'm going to come here and from my models import category, and I can just come here and just have this, and everything will work as expected and everything will be fine. But I want to make this more stylish and make it more organizable in a way that we'll understand more. So I'm going to come here and have this admin panel looking like this. This will define the list of columns, the columns that you're going to have. And then this is the filter, the list filter. These are the filters that you're going to be filtering our table with. And we have the search fields, which you provide. This is going to now provide a search box for us to be able to even filter with the name and the description. This is the pre-populated field, meaning that we're not rating this field. This field will be automatically populated based on the name. And then we have our editable field, which means that we can now even edit directly from the list without having to open an individual or a specific category. We can directly edit from the list, and then we'll be ordering our list based on the name, so it's going to be alphabetical. And then we have this collapsible. This will be collapsible set of categories. We'll be having the basic info, the appearance. All of these will be collapsible, and it will make our list more organizable. And then we have a read-only field. As again, remember, this field cannot be changed because this field is calculated. This field is only readable. This field cannot be changed. And then we have the recipe count. This is another HTML decoration, and the HTML is down here, and we're going to look at the recipes count, and based on the recipe count, we'll give a color to our style, and they have different displays based on the recipe count. And this is just a short description to describe to show our recipe count field. So this is just a simple decoration. It helps the admin panel to be more organized and look better as we are editing and creating our categories. Then we are going to now go and create our recipes admin.py. And I'm just going to also paste in this for better organization and for better display of our admin.panel. So we have the recipe rating inline, which displays related rating in a table format within the recipe edit page. We have the recipe comment inline, which shows recipe comments inline with the recipe. And then we have our recipe admin, and we register the recipe. First we register the recipe, and then we have the recipe admin, which inherits from the admin model admin class. And this is the display of columns that you're going to have. And this is the list filter, which creates sidebar for us to filter, for us to be able to filter based on common attributes like this. This creates a search box which we can search and narrow down our list based on the certain attributes here. The pre-populated field, as I said in the previous admin.py of the category, does the same job. We have the list editable, which means that it gives easy access to edit these specific features from the list without having to open the specific recipe. So the only things here we can edit easily are the is published and the is featured. So think of this, if we by default the is published is always true. So if a recipe is not appropriate or does not meet certain standard, we can decide to make these to false. And when this publish is set to false, it means that we cannot show the recipe, so it will not be shown. We also have this featured. You can decide to make certain recipes featured. And then we have the date hierarchy. We have the ordering, which is a default of descending of the created attribute, meaning that we will organize these recipes from the latest to the oldest. We have the inlines, which I was talking about, and we come to pass them here. The field set for a more organized form, and the read-only fields, meaning that these cannot be changed. These can only be read, cannot be changed. The total time display, if the total time is more than 2 hours, we have a certain style for that. We show a certain style for this. If the total time is more than 1 hour but less than 2 hours, is within a range of 1 to 2 hours, you're going to have this HTML. You're going to display this. And we also have the rating display, and it shows it shows the stars and the color, and based on different ratings we're going to display this HTML. We also have the recipe rating admin, which does not have much. It's just the display defining the columns, and then having the filters and the search fields, and all that. Again, you also have the recipe comment, which shows the content preview. There is approved, defining the columns. Again, the list filter, which shows the sidebars, which you can use to filter. Again, we have the search field, which gives us the text box to filter and narrow down our list based on these attributes. And then we have the list editable. Now, the only list editable we are going to have here is the is approved. So a comment by default has an is approved of true. So if a comment is not appropriate, you can come here and easily make the is approved to false, and the comment will not show, or the comment will be disregarded. And the ordering is a descending order of created at. And you have the content preview. So we see here if the object content is 50 has 50 items, we show this and we add this. If the length object content is greater than or less than 50, else we have the object content. So these are conditional statement to show the content preview. And then we have our favorite recipe, favorite admin, the list display, again the search fields, and the list filter, which is created at, and then we have the search fields and all that. These are the admins, and I would like to see how they show or work, or how they display our admin panel. So I'm going to save this, and I'm going to go back again to my admin panel. Before we proceed to admin panel, go ahead and fix some errors in the category admin. Make sure add a comma after name. Make sure you add a single item. You have this consistency. Add a comma, have a comma after the recipe count, and come here and remove the trailing comma. You can also find this repository. The link is down below. You can come here and just copy paste, or check the error so that you can avoid bumping into any errors with the admin panel. Now I noticed these errors while trying to run my admin to start my server, and I fixed them, and now everything should be working fine. I'm going to go ahead and also have my user admin registered, and I'm going to have this content pasted in right here. You can see it's just the same as the previous admin.py. I have the list display to define my columns. I have the list filtered for the sidebars, the search field for the search box to be able to narrow down our users based on the attributes that I've listed on this tuple. I'm going to have my users ordered on a descending order based on the date joined. So the users are going to be arranged in a descending order of the date joined. That's when a user was created. I have these field sets which define our form and the collapsible form fields and all that. And also I have my recipe count again, and the recipe count is going to be a read only field, meaning it cannot be changed. The date joined is also a read only field, and the last login is also a read only field. This means that they cannot be modified or changed. With this, I would want to run my server and see whether we have any errors. I'm going to exit and run my server again. Yes, we get this, and we're going to go to the admin. And you can see I now have my categories, my recipes, and my users. And once I click on my users, I should be having at least one user, which is the super user I created. And I get this attribute error telling me the object has no attribute recipe count. No problem, but at least we can see that we are displaying our different tables in our admin, we are seeing our different tables and we can be able to work and modify our different characteristics. So we're going to now go ahead and create our urls.py. In my main urls.py folder, which is the file which is in the core folder or the core directory, which is the main directory that contains the settings.py, I have this urls.py, which is often created when you create your main directory. What I'm going to do, I'm going to initialize every URL with an API. This is what I mean. I'm going to paste in this, and I'm going to have every URL that is being called from the frontend being initialized with an API. This is the admin URL, and this is the URL that we call when we visit the admin panel. I have my API auth, which includes my users URLs. I have the API categories, which is going to include my categories URLs. I have my API recipes, which is going to include my recipes URLs. And for serving the media files in development, we have this static URL for serving our static files and the static media that we upload. Those are the images and any other kind of media that you want to upload. And you can see it's referring to the settings media URL and the settings media root. So if you have not defined this media URL in your settings, then this is not going to work at all. This is what we're going to be needing to work with our URLs. And this is the main URL file in the core directory. And now I'm going to create my urls.py in the settings.py, in the users.py, and I'm also going to have this just the same as I'm going to have similar imports as those that I have in my main urls.py. I'm going to copy this right here, and maybe I'm just going to modify this a little bit. I'm not going to be needing the settings and the static, and I'm also not going to be needing the include. So I have to work with this, and now I'm going to define my paths. I have my paths as follows, and I'm going to import my views. I've imported my views from this file, and I have my views imported, and the register path is going to refer to our registration view. The login is going to refer to our login view. Don't know why it's not being highlighted. Login view. The login is going to refer to our login view, but remember, we do not have a login view. What happens when the user is trying to log in is that they're going to be requesting for a pair of tokens, that is the access token and the refresh token. So the actual login view is the custom token obtained via view, which is right here in my views.py, and I just pass the function. This is a function, this is a class that is offered by default by the simple JWT REST framework. So it comes with this default class of obtaining the custom token, and I just passed on it because I had no modification to do on the class. I was just showing you that you can have this again and customize it to your liking. I was telling you if you need to verify an email or you need to check for email verification before logging in the user, you can do that right here. but personally I'm not going to be doing anything in this class. I'm just going to have it the way it is, and this is the actual function or the actual view that will be called when uh, logging in a user, because the user will simply be requesting for a custom pair of tokens. The user will be simply requesting for a pair of token, that is the access token, the refresh token. And also I want to go ahead and have another path right here, and I'm going to call it refresh token. And I'm going to call this custom pair refresh view. I don't know what this error is about, telling me no name views in model users. Okay. Problem is everything should be working fine. Yeah, it should be this way. It should be this way. Don't see where the issue is. So with this we have our user views, and now I'm going to go ahead and okay, I'm going to change this name. This should be refresh token, not user login. This should be a refresh token. I'm also going to go ahead and add my categories urls.py. This is my categories urls. So I have my categories urls.py, and I have these left as a blank, meaning that anytime a user tries to call the category API, by default they will be getting the list of categories. We have the featured path which adds onto the path in the main urls.py. So what this does, it adds to the path in the main urls.py. So if we have the path API categories, we are going to include the categories URLs, and this is going to include these URLs. So whenever a user is just calling API categories, they'll be getting the list. And if the user is now calling API categories and as the featured, we're going to get the featured categories. And if a user is calling the API and is passing a slug, which is dynamic, we'll be fetching a specific category. We go on to now have our recipe URLs, and I'm going to create this. Right there, we now have our recipes URLs, including these by default blank, which means if a user is just calling API recipes, they're supposed to get the list. If we have the view, the create view, and the path which for the create view, which is meant to create a recipe, we have my recipes, which means we're calling the my recipes view, which gets the recipes for a specific user. We have the favorites recipe, the featured. We have the slug, again a dynamic URL to get the detail of a specific recipe, and we have the slug update, which now updates a specific recipe, and then we have the recipe ID, and we have the favorite, which calls the toggle favorite view, which favorites and unfavorites a recipe. And then we also have the dynamic ID, recipe ID slash rate, which calls the rate recipe view, which rates a recipe. When I'm running my pymanage.py run server, I'm getting this error. It is telling me that my login has an invalid view. So I have to add this as view right here, as view. And when I try to reload, everything should be working as expected now. I should not be having an error. And now I can open this, and I want us to navigate to our DRF. I want us to work with our DRF, and I'm going to call this URL register. And let's see what the interface that Django REST Framework is going to give us to be able to register a user even without having our front end yet. So, okay, sorry, I have to call the API auth and then call register. Field name is not valid for custom user. Field name website is not. Users registration serializer. Okay, seems that I also have another error here, and it's because I have the website. It's telling me the website is not valid, so I'm wondering where this website is. And here's the website. We do not have a model. We do not have a website attribute or field in our model. Sorry for that. So going ahead and remove the website. And we do not have the first name and the last name, so I'm also going to have to remove this. And the only thing that I need is the password 1 and the password 2. And with this, I think my site should be working as expected. These are the only fields we have. So note these are the only fields we have. We don't have the first name, the last name, we don't have the website. And I'm going to now go back to my and reload this page. And this is my interface. The interface I was telling you that is given by Django REST Framework. You can go ahead and check Django REST Framework and read more about it. But I can register another user with this interface. So if you want to register yourself as a user, if you want to register yourself, yourself as a user, and you do not do this through the terminal, you do not create yourself as a super user, you can register yourself right here. You can have your email, your username, and your password and confirm password and the bio. And when you create another user, you can still work. You can still be authenticated. You can now start working on the front end. And if you did not find the backend interesting enough, well, the front end it should be interesting. It should be more fun to work in the front end. And I told you I'm going to be using Next.js. I wanted to visit the Next.js website, and I'm at the docs page. I want to go through these docs and understand everything about Next.js, which version are you going to be using and which is the latest version. Next.js releases a new version almost on a weekly basis. It releases a new version every week, and this is not one of the frameworks that you stop using it for 5 months and you come back and you find it's still the same version. You cannot compare it to Django. I'm not saying it's not stable, but it changes very quickly, it changes very rapidly. So you always need to come here and check whether you are a pro. It does not mean that you're a beginner. It's just clarifying some things. So I'm going to copy this snippet and just paste it, and you're going to be using the latest version, which is 15.3.4. And before I even do that, I'm going to make a directory to work in the front end. So I'm going to name my new directory as the front end. And making my new directory, I'm now going to go ahead and paste my command and install Next.js. If you want to install Next.js within your current working directory, just add this dot and a slash, a forward slash, and the directory, the Next.js will be downloaded in your current working directory. I'm going to click OK to proceed. Now, if you forget to add this, they will ask you to give a name to your new directory. So I don't know what I have. It's telling me either try using a new directory name or remove the files listed. So I don't know which files are telling me that are listed. The directory is a recipe creator tutorial contains files that would conflict. Oh, sorry. So after creating my frontend directory, I have to navigate to my frontend directory. I have to access the frontend directory. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to paste this again and install the Next.js in my current working directory. I'm going to be using TypeScript. I'm not going to be using slint. I'm going to be using Tailwind. I don't have a source directory, and I'm going to be using the app router. That's what we're here for. And I'm not going to be using TurboPack. And now for that, I'm going to wait for the installation to complete. And when this is done, we can now begin working in Next.js. It's to be working out fine. And when I enter the command npm run dev, I'm given a link and I'm redirected to the localhost 3000, which is the often most of the time default localhost used by Next.js. And looking at it, everything seems to be working fine. I would like to test for my tailwind a little bit to see whether everything is just as expected. And I'm going to have some small command here, and I'm just going to say class name flex with full items, okay, with full mean height of screen, and I'm going to have items center and justify center and no, sorry, justify center, not justify center, and I'm going to have h2 heading. I'm going to say, hey everybody, welcome, and I'm going to say this text 2XL, a font of bold, and a text of neutral 100. Let's see what this is going to look like. Let's see whether everything is working as expected. When I reload my page, I have this, meaning that my tailwind is working as expected. I'm going to do some changes, some styling. First of all, I want to remove this I prefer dark scheme. I want to have my background being white and my foreground having a black color. And that's what we're going to be using. I won't have any dark mode. And if I do this now, I come again and look at my website, you can see everything changes. Now I cannot even see the text, so I have to change the text maybe to neutral 600. Let's see what 600 will look like. And once I go back here to my web page, I now have this. Okay, everything seems to be working out fine, but now I want us to integrate something else. I want us to also work with shard cn UI, shard cn. And if you've never worked with this library, well, in this video you're going to get a chance to see shard cn library and see how it works. So I'm going to come in introduction and installation and Next.js, and I'm going to use npm. You can use ban, you can use pnpm, you can use yarn if you prefer to. I'm going to use this npx shard cn latest, and I'm going to have a ban install. I'm going to have shard cn UI installed. Just going to exit and terminate this. I'm going to paste in what I've just copied. I would also prefer that you install shard cn or use shard cn. It's really helpful, and it comes with a lot of components out of the box, saving your time and increasing your productivity, if I might say, because what else are you trying to do as a developer? You're trying to deliver the best code within the shortest time possible. So that's what shard cn Waiting for it to install, it's going to ask me a few questions. For me, I'm going to select on the gray, and updating CSS variables. Okay, let's see what it has updated. This is what it does to your global CSS file and installing dependencies. And once you're done with this, it does not ask many questions. Just going to ask you a few questions like your base color. You can choose any color of your preference. It's not really going to make so much of a difference. I'm going to be working with gray. It's going to take a few, maybe a few minutes or even a few seconds, depending on how fast your internet connection is. So make sure you have shardcn UI installed and you're going to be working with these components. Now I want us to get started working on our home page, and you can see I'm initializing my home page with a use client at the top, because Next.js comes with both the client and the server side. And Next.js combines both the client and server side to help you not just create the front end, but also create full stack applications. Now in this tutorial, we're not going to be working with the server in Next.js. We're not going to be working with the server side in Next.js, because most of that is already sorted in our Django application. So we are basically going to be using client for most of our project or throughout our whole front-end tutorial. Unlike React, for Next.js, you have to show and initialize your use client, show that this is just a client page. If you're going to be using a server, you're going to have a use server at the top. An advantage of working with Next.js is that you can create full stack application without having another framework or without depending on another framework. This allows you to have advantages and also manage your whole application just with one framework. Next.js comes with things such as server action and such that helps you work with your database and work with your backend all in one framework. You can go and read more of this in their documentation. Now, before I even create my homepage or start working on my homepage, I want us to define our types. And I'm going to come here and just have my file to have my types, and it's going to be a types.d.ts, just like that. And I'm going to create this file, and you might ask why I have named my file this way, or why I've decided to use this naming convention, and I'm going to show you why in just a minute. I'm going to paste in my types, and these are my types. Now, one of the reasons I wanted to work with TypeScript is because of type safety and to avoid as many errors, or to avoid errors as much as possible. Now, I'm also going to go ahead in my .env, and I want you to make sure that you have this next public backend URL. Remember to initialize any variable in your .env with a next public, otherwise it's not going to work or it's not going to be processed. And with that, I can now start writing code in my homepage, and I'm going to export my default function, which is the home. And with this, and now I can get started with defining my state forms, and I'm going to start by defining my state forms. Now, I want you to note something. I've not written any export, I've not exported anything in this file, but let me show you. I can still access my types. So I can have something like my user defined here, and I'm going to try and use the user type. You can see the user type is still being reflected, and again, I'm not importing anything. So that's why I've decided to use this naming convention or have this file, because with this file, with this naming style, you can access all your types without having extra imports or imports. Your types are accessible anywhere, are accessible to every file in this frontend directory as long as you have them in your d.ts file. So let us define our states. We have the user, set user, and it's a use state, and it's going to have a default state of null, and the type is user type or null. Come to our next state, which is our recipes, and set recipes. And this is what is going to be having our recipes. This state is going to be storing our recipes which are fetched from the backend, and they're going to have a use state and a type of recipe type, a default state of an empty array. I'm just going to duplicate this, and I come here and also define my categories. A default state of an empty array. Again, I'm going to have my category type now set here. I'm going to come here and have my search term and my set search term, and it's going to have a default state of an empty array. I'm now going to also come here and have my selected category and my set selected category. You can note these are states to help with the filtering and searching. And this one is just going to have a default state of an all string, meaning that at default, if the user has not specified anything, then you're going to have a default of all categories being selected. And sorry, these are not just defined, these are arrays. So add an array at the end of these types and the error is gone. Throughout this tutorial, I'm going to be working with models, or I'm going to be working with dialogues. So I'm going to have my model states defined here. And I'm going to have my first model, which is going to be my first model, which is going to be none other than my auth model. And I'm going to have my auth model, and it's going to have show auth to show my auth model, and set show auth, and it's going to have a default state of boolean, a false boolean. By default, the boolean is going to be false, and I'm also going to come here and have my next model, which is going to be a show add recipe for adding my recipe, and it's going to be like this, and it's going to be a default of false. Again, I'm going to have another model, and this one is going to be for viewing a specific model and retrieving the details, and it's going to be called viewing recipe, and is going to have a default state of null. Unlike the rest, this is not a boolean. It's going to have these types. It's also either going to have a recipe type or a null type. And my other model, super important model, is my model for the user, which is going to be called the user profile module. So it's going to be const user show user profile set show user profile, and it's going to have a default state of false. We have now defined our states, and I want us to also define some few use effects and functions. So my first use effect is going to come down to fetching our recipes. It's going to look like this, and I'm going to import Axios. If you don't have Axios, make sure you have Axios installed, and also install Lucid React. This is my first use effect, and it's calling this function the fetch recipes. And I told you to have your next public backend URL defined in your .env file, and you're going to be call our recipes URL in the backend, and it's going to fetch our recipes. Now, I have this in a separate use effect from the rest. I'm also going to be fetching the categories and fetching the current user, but I want to have this special function by itself in its own use effect because I want to be working with these two dependencies. So every time our search term or every time our selected category changes, we are going to be refetching our recipes. And in our selected categories, I want to come here and specify a string or a number, because we either going to be working with a string, because by default we have a string of all which is selected, but when you're filtering or when you're sending this to a backend, you're going to have the category ID which is a number. So if you don't get it, I will explain this better. We see it more clear later. But right now, I want you to notice that we are having these two dependencies, and the use effect is depending on the search term or the selected category. Now remember, we had something like this, and in our backend, we have a filter system that we defined in our recipe list view that is supposed to give us our list of recipes. We have our Django filters, and our Django filters work with the parameters to retrieve certain recipes. So every time we have a text in a word, or we have a specific text or a specific word in our search, we can send this to our backend in our parameters, and it's going to filter down the recipes and return the recipes that the user wants. And this is going to be refetched every time the search term or the selected category changes. And the next use effect you're going to have is none other than our fetch. We're going to have this use effect, which is going to have the fetch categories function, and the fetch users function. These two functions will look like this. And I'm having this error, I don't have the access token defined. But these two functions will look like this. We have our fetch categories, which is at default going to fetch all our categories at load time, and our fetch user default going to fetch our current user at load time. I want you to notice something. In this fetch user, I'm just going to define the access token very quick at the top here. Const access token, and this is going to be local storage dot get item, and we're going to be getting our access token from the local storage. You're going to be working with the local storage. A typo here, and there we have no error. Notice that right here, we're not just using Axios in the normal way. We're having our URL, and then we are defining our headers. Why are we fetching our categories without having to define our headers or having to pass in the authorization token? It's because these and these fetch recipes, they are public routes, meaning they have allowed any user to view or to retrieve their properties. Now, compared to fetch user, to fetch a specific user profile, we need to be authorized. And the way we do this from our front end is by passing in our authorization token, which is our access token, and passing it in as a bearer. Without this, we are going to get a 401 error. That's how we're going to be working with routes that are protected, or routes or views that requires a user to be authenticated. We will be using our headers and defining our access token in the headers and passing it as a bearer for us to have access or to retrieve the specific data that we want. With that, I think we can now start working on our other functions. But before that, I also want us to just console log our available recipes, and I'm just going to have this return a simple div saying home page, and I'm going to have the specific styles. Also, to remind you, I'm using Tailwind for styling, and I'm going to define this font black and text for Excel. I want us to try and console log our available recipes. But remember, we don't have any recipes in our backend, or we have not created any recipes. So I want us to go ahead and in our backend, start creating or populating some of these fields so that you can have data to actually work with. And I'm just going to run my server. And there are a few changes that we're going to be making in our backend. Now, I'm currently staring at my admin panel dashboard, and you can see the different tables and the different database entities that we have. Remember, at a time, I was having an error while trying to view my users. But now, I can see my user and everything seems to be working okay. I kind of figured out the error, and I told you not to stress about it because I was sure it was just a small error, and I found that it was a typo error. If you have not created your super user, you can go to your terminal and you can write py manage.py create super user, and this you're going to be prompted to enter your email, your password. I have already created my super user, so I'm not going to create one again, but make sure you have a super user. Coming to my back end, I would like to collapse this first. And coming to my back end, I want you to go to your users admin.py. And the error, as I said, was a typo error. And the error was this word recipes count. I had named mine to recipe count without a letter S at the end of the word recipe. So, one way we can fix this, if you have any typo error or you are misspelling the word recipes count, it should be recipes count in plural. So you want to change any instance of a misspell or a typo, you can bring up your search bar which is brought up by Control Shift letter F. Once you bring that up, I want you to look for any word that is written recipe count without an S at the end. Look up for any result that comes with that lacks a letter S at the end. Once you have found that, I want to replace with recipes. I want to replace this with recipes count. Make sure you do this to avoid any errors and to keep your consistency. Apart from that, I would also like us to fix some few errors or some few things in our recipes app. And I would like to get started with the views.py. In your views.py, I want you to go to your serializers. And I want you to copy everything inside all the fields inside your recipe details serializer. When I was creating this, I did not have certain fields in my recipe list serializer because I thought I would create a different page and use a slug to access a certain recipe. But right now we are using a model. So I want you to copy everything inside here and paste it inside the recipe list serializer fields. Once you've done that, I also want you to add favorites so that you can have a list of favorites or our users who have favorited the recipe. I want to have their list. I want to have their IDs, and for that reason, I'm going to get rid of the get is favorited method that I created. I'm going to get rid of that, and I'm also going to get rid of it right here and get rid of this extra comma. Make sure you have these in your serializers. Copy all the fields that were in the recipe detail serializer and just paste them in the recipe list serializer, because now we'll not be using this serializer, we'll be using this serializer. I'll be having a list of all my serializers and I'll be passing the data to view a specific recipe onto the module. So I need all of these details, otherwise you're going to be lacking some details. Now, I also want you to have this method created. Create this method to get our comments, to get our full comments, our data on the comments. And I also want you to have this method to get the comment count. It's going to help us in our front end. It's going to help us while creating our components in the front end. It's going to make things easier. With that, I also want you to have this small serializer, this special serializer of deleting our recipe. You can notice that we have the create and update, and we also have the view, but we don't have the delete serializer, and we want the application to perform CRUD operations. So have these fields, the ID and the title, and just have this simple serializer, because we will only be needing basic info for deleting and the confirmation of deletion of the recipe. And then we're going to come here and now create our special class for deleting the recipe. And I'm just going to have my class just below my recipes view and have my class pasted in right there. And we now have a delete recipe view for deleting our recipe. And I have this special function for destroying the recipe or deleting the recipe, which is a destroy API view. And right here, I'm just going to return the recipe title for the confirmation that the recipe title was deleted. And if everything goes on as expected, we'll have a response of 200. I also added another special method called add comment. We also did not have our create comment method, so I created a function to add a comment to a recipe, and it's first of all going to check for a certain recipe and check whether the recipe exists, and then we're going to have the data passed in, and then when we have passed in the data, we are also going to check if the serializer is valid or the data is valid, and then you're going to create our comment. And after the comment is created, we're just going to pass in this extra attributes which are not defined in our front end, and obviously the user, which is the author, is going to be passed in, and the recipe, the specific recipe, is going to be passed in as an object. And when we have created our comment, we're going to return this HTTP 201 status of created. With this, we can now fully work with our front end and have everything working as it is supposed to. Also remember to change your recipe count to recipes count. Now in our admin panel, having fixed the errors and everything that was causing the admin panel not to work correctly, I would like us to pre-populate our database with some data to actually work with in the front end and to show in the front end. I have my tables here aligned, and I want to first of all add some data to my categories. Django offers you this admin panel to work with, and is mostly suitable to work with in development. When it comes to production, unless you really deploy your static files good enough or in the right format, all of this UI will disappear, all of this UI will not work. Now, I don't know how that goes exactly, but for now in the development environment, let's first of all add some data. I want us to create our first, and we have already created a category to test whether it was working, and it seems to be working correctly. I want to add some categories, and I can even ask AI to give me some categories of recipes. We are in the AI era. I mean, there's no harm in asking AI to help you with some stuff. I'm going to copy this category right here and just have it added right there. I'm going to copy the description and just add it right here. And then I'm going to choose an image. I don't currently have an image. Don't know whether I can use this image. I'm just going to choose a random image, and I'm going to have my database created. I'm just going to choose this image, and everything should be working correct, and I should just save this. And then I have another category added right here of main dishes. I'm going to fill my categories with the data. I also want to come here and also create a recipe. So I'm also going to populate my recipes, and I already have one recipe right here. I want you to create a recipe, and it's simple as clicking on this button, add recipe. And Django again gives you this UI to fill out your recipe, and you can see what I was talking about. I defined this in my I had this defined in my admins.py. I have my statistics, I have my favorite count, my average rating, my rating count. And remember, I made this field to be read-only fields, meaning that you cannot modify them or change them. And then I have my image, and I fill in my prep and my prep time and my cook time and the difficulty level to medium or hard, the featured image, something like this, and I will open the image. But if the image is not supported, Django will show you an error that the image format is not supported. So make sure you use common image formats like JPEG, JPG, and such. I love my title, so you guys can go ahead, make sure you add your recipes, some recipes, some categories. Also, you can add some comments, have one or two comments, create one or two comments, and then we'll be able to have some data to display in the front end and test whether everything is working out as expected. Now, after I have created and populated my database, you can see I've even created a comment. I have some favorites. I have one favorite. I have one user and a recipe. You can see how all of this is working out. I have the user and the recipe, how the user is related to the recipe. I have the one rating. I've created a one rating. And we will be able to do this using our front end. It does not mean that we'll not be able to use our UI or UX to do this. We still be able to do this, but I just want to have some data to be able to work with. And with that being said, I'm going to go back to my code, and this is the backend. I've not run the front end yet. I'm not the front end is not up and running, but I want us to focus on a key thing. I want us to go back to our front end and now start creating some of our models. And I'm going to go back to my home page. I'm going to go back to my home page, and in my home page I had the fetch user function, and I had the use effect to fetch the recipes, a different use effect and a different use effect to fetch the user. And I want to see whether I'm being able to fetch some of my recipes. Everything should be working correctly, because remember, our fetch recipe is a public API, which means that anybody, any user is allowed to view the recipes. We do not have to prompt a new user to log in or register to be able to view the recipes. So I have the recipe, I should be having the recipes displayed in my console if everything is set up correctly. I have my bold homepage here. That's Tailwind, and it shows that even Tailwind is correctly configured to my app. And if I try to go to my console, and I'm going to fetch this again, let me reload the page, and I have an array of 0. I have this small error telling me that local storage is not defined. Let me just put this in my functions. I'm going to have this access token in my functions. I'm just going to paste them in here to replace the access token there. And I'm also going to paste, I don't think you have any other instance where you're using the access token, but I'm just going to paste that inside there. I'm going to reload my page. I'm going to have my page reloaded, and it's giving me an empty array. I don't know why, so I'm going to check what's happening. And I get this error telling me the field is favorited was declared on serializer, recipe list serializer, but not included in the fields option. Okay, this is an error. This is a small error that is causing us not to display our recipes. I'm going to go back quickly here and just fix it quickly. And okay, I have this. Yeah, I see. I forgot to delete this. Get rid of this. And once I get rid of that, I think everything now should be running correctly. Zero issues. Everything should be running as expected now. Zero issues. And if I come here and try to reload my page, I see my recipes right here displayed, and I have 5 recipes. The array has a length of 5. And now everything seems to be working well. The recipes are being fetched as I expected, and I have my list here, and you can see what is being returned in the recipe. I have the author. The author is just a string because you're just returning the author name, username. We have the category. We have the comment count. I have 0 comments right now, and this is what I expect to be returned in the front end. So you should be having this. You should be seeing this data, at least for now, before we start working on our models. And the first model I want to create will be my auth model. So we are going to work on the auth model. So I have fetched the recipes successfully. I'm being able to fetch the recipes. I cannot be able to fetch the user profile because if to get a user profile to get the data, I have to have some kind of authentication. I have to have my bearer token, access token being passed, and I am not logged in. I have not logged in yet. So I want us to be able to create a user and log in, and we should have this UI in our front end, and that's what we're about to create. And I'm just going to return a div, and this div is going to have a mean height of screen, and I'm going to have a bg gray of 50. And with this, I can now create my content in here. This is going to be like an SPA, a single page application. I'm not going to have so many pages. I'm going to be working with modules, and I'm going to reduce on using individual pages. And I want to have my simple header right here. Before we even create our model, I want us to have a simple header, and I've already created this component and I've called it navbar. And let me open it, let me open the navbar so that you can see what I'm talking about. And this is my simple navbar. I'm just having a header having a background of white, a small shadow to raise it, to make it look like somehow raised. I have a border at the bottom which will act like a separator, and then I have this definition here. I have my divs, I have my h1, I have my chef hat icon, which is imported from Lucid React. Make sure you have Lucid React installed. I have my logout icon, I have my login icon, and you can see this is a conditional chaining where I'm checking if I have a user, then you're going to display a different button for the logout, and also for the we have a different button for the add recipe. So there's no way a user will be able to create a recipe if they are not authenticated. And for further, for even more developed or large scale application, I told you you should have a way of verifying whether the user is even a verified chef or is verified to add certain recipes to your application. You can check for that. Mine is is a default of true, that the chef is verified, so every user will be able to create a recipe as long as they're authenticated. I've not implemented a lot of things. I wanted it was a simple application. I've not implemented the email verification and all that, but for now, as long as our user is authenticated, they will be able to create a recipe. And I also have this button which is shown when the user is not logged in. So if we don't have any user, like we currently don't have a user right now, we are only being able to see the login button, and this login button will show our auth model. So that's why on click it sets the show auth to true. So I want to pass in some of these function right here, and I'm lacking some functions. Like you can see, I require these props. I require the user, the handle logout, the set show add recipe, the set show add auth. So I'm just going to have a simple function here to handle the logout, and it's going to look like this. It's going to be an async function. No, it's not going to be an async function, sorry. You're not going to be calling anything. We just not going to be using await in this function, so it's not going to be an async function. It's just going to be a simple function, and I'm just going to pass it here as an empty function. We'll fill this later. We'll work on the function later. It's going to be like that, and I'm going to set show add recipe, and this is going to be the set show add recipe to change our state, and also we have the set show auth. It's going to be the set show auth, and we're also going to have our user which is going to be the fetched user. So the user can be of a user type, or the user can be null. So right now we don't have a user, so the user is null. And with this, I have my simple navbar setup. I now want to have my model, show auth model, being defined in my home page. So I'm going to have this right here, and I'm going to say this, my show auth model. I'm going to have it at the bottom. And if our show auth model is, our show auth is true, if our show auth is true, I'm going to show my auth model, or I'm going to have my auth model being displayed right here. And let me take you through the auth module very quickly. This is what I have for my auth module. I have my set show and my set show user profile as the props that I'll be passing to my auth module. So I have my set show auth, and it's the same as my set show auth, the function to change our state, to set our state, and my set show user profile, and I'll be passing this right there as a prop. And with that, I now come to my auth model, and it's just a simple model to handle both our login and our sign up functions. And I have my authentication functions right here. I have my handle login and I have my handle register. Now, remember again, the login and the register routes, as we define them in our backend, they are still public, meaning that anyone can register, anyone can sign up, anyone can log in. And this is what is in my my auth model. So it's basically a form to take in the data, to take in to have, it's a form with inputs to take in the data and send it to a backend. And it's a dynamic form. So I have the register view, which is a state here, which is a state of false. If we are in our register view, we'll be displaying a different message at the top. So if it was so if a user is registering, we'll be showing this. And if a user is not registering, the opposite is they're logging in, we show this. And if a user is trying to register, then we'll have a username input right here. But if the user is not registering, we are not going to have a username input. So the username is super important. We're going to use the username. We're going to require the user to have their username, but we'll not be logging in with the username. Instead, we're going to be logging in with the email and the password. And these two will be mandatory, and they will exist in both the registration form and both and in the login form. So these two fields are required both in the registration and in the login. So these ones by default will be there whether we are registering or we are logging in. But for the confirm password, it is also going to be dynamic, where if a user is registering, we're going to need their confirm password alias password 2. And then the button is also dynamic, changes up the content when the user is registering. In our register view, the button is displaying register. In our login view, the button is going to be having a login. And also the functions are dynamic. So on click, when the user is in the register view, it will call the register function. And when the user is in the login view, it will call in the handle login. And that's how our auth model is going to be working. So I want you to notice some things in our handle login and our handle register. So in my handle login, I'm setting the login to true. This is showing that the function is being called, and the it's processing in the backend. So this is just a state to have our buttons disabled when the user is logging in, and when the user is being created, it disables our buttons. Now I'm going to use Axios to call my URL in the backend to log in the user. And if we're going to get a response data access, then we can set our local storage and store our access token in the local storage. Remember, this is a constant, it's a constant variable, and it's just representing this string right here. So whenever there's a successful login, we're going to return the access and the refresh, and then you're going to store this in our local storage, and this is what will show that the user is authenticated. And then I'm going to set my show auth model to false, and this will cause the auth model not to be displayed. And then we're going to reset our login form, and then I'm going to perform a hard refresh on the page so that remember, our use effect is called when we load the page. So when we perform a hard reload on the page, we now be able to fetch the current user and have the user data. We come to our handle register, and first of all, the first thing that I'm going to check is the two passwords, whether they match. So if the first password does not match the confirmed password, then we are going to have this alert showing that the passwords don't match, and the function will just return nothing, and the function will just exit, and there'll be nothing happening, just the alert that the two passwords do not match. So it's essential to have this check to make sure that the user has both of their passwords matching. And then we have the set creating user for the disabling of the buttons when the user is being created. Some might consider this not to be useful, but it's so useful in instances where the user keeps on clicking on the button, and it might cause a reload, it might cause the server to hang up or some errors. So it's important to always disable your button when a certain function or a certain process to the backend or communication between the front end and the backend is happening. And then I'm going to send the register form to the backend. I'm going to post it to my URL in the backend, and then I'm going to get the response.data and console log it. And if we have our response status equals to 2 or 1, which means that which is a HTTP response, meaning that the user successfully created, you're going to have this alert that shows us that the user can now log in. And then another super important thing that is going to be happening here is the set show auth is going to be a false. This should not be a true, this should be a false. And we're going to have our set show user profile equals to true. So this set show auth is going to be set to false, meaning that our auth model will no longer be popping up, but now will be popping up our user profile. And now, why do we need this user profile? Because in our registration, the user was not asked for their profile picture, their location, or their bio. Remember, we extended our user model in our backend, and we added some extra fields such as the location, the bio, or the user profile picture. So this model right here will allow for a user to set in their extra information, to add their location, to add their user profile picture, or to add their bio. But these fields are not compulsory. Remember, they were optional, they were nullable, and they were set to a blank of true, meaning that they are not really necessary. But if a user wants to add their profile picture, then this profile model will pop up after a successful registration to allow the user to upload their extra information. And with that, the catch for the error, the finally for showing that the function is done. And with this, we have our auth model. I want to now go ahead and test for my auth functionality. And for my login and register function, first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to head over. I'm actually going to restart my front-end server. I'm going to exit and run npm run dev again. So we have successfully registered our user. That's nice progress. And now expect to have my show user profile module. You can see we got our alert as we had defined our function, but now I don't have the show user profile module. So I might go to my home page and check what's happening. And I think I can see the problem. I don't have the show user profile. If our show user profile is set to true, if our show user profile is set to true, then we should be showing the show user profile module. So this is my user profile module. I have edit mode and normal mode. So in normal mode, the user just sees their profile picture, their bio, their location. But when it comes to the user profile edit mode, the user is able to edit their profile, add their profile picture, change their location, change their bio, and send this request to the backend. You also see I have this icon image, the avatar, and by default, if you don't have any profile picture, you should show your default avatar.png, which is an image I don't currently have, but you should also add that image. So for the props, I need the user data, the set show user profile, and the on save function. So I'm going to start with the on save function, set show user profile, and I'm just going to pass in the set show user profile, and the user data I'm going to pass in the user. So for the onSave, I'm just going to create a function. And for now, it's just going to be an empty function. And it's going to accept user data as a type of any. And it's a partial, it's a partial of the user type. It's not an any type, it's a partial of the user type, meaning that it's just some fields in the user type that have been updated. So I'm just going to log in. I'm just going to log in and ID, and I'm also going to try to have the user profile set, show user profile. I'm going to have it set to true so that the user profile might show by default. And I think the reason why I'm not showing the user profile is because I don't have any user. I don't have any user currently. So if we don't have any user data, we're supposed to return null. That's why we are showing nothing, because we have no user data to work with or to show. So I'm going to just log in and I'm going to have this set to a default of true. The set show user profile is going to be a default of true. And if we log in, we should be showing our user profile module. We should be showing our user profile module once we log in. So now I'm logging in my user. I have my email and my password, and this is an email password login. When I click on login, let's check the network tab, see what's going on. And it seems like I successfully logged in my user, and there is our user profile module showing up, displaying as we expected. I don't have a profile image, I don't have a profile picture, but I should have a default profile icon image. And that's it. You can see I have no bio provided and no location provided. And that's my user profile module. I can now be able to edit my user and have my add recipe button and my add message displaying my username, and I have the response. You can see the user data, you can see the different properties, you can see the different fields, you can see all our user data being returned successfully. So now we have a fully working Auth for our application. Now I want us to have our search filters and our grid of the recipes, a grid to display our recipes or to map of our recipes. And I'm going to create a main fragment right here, and I'm going to have it like this, and I'm going to assign it the following classes. It's going to have a max width of 6xl, and then it's going to be mx auto, and it's going to have a padding x of 4, and it's going to have a padding y of 8. And now I want to go ahead and just paste in my filters right here, and I'm going to import the search from Lucid React, and this is how my filters will be looking like. They have a margin bottom. The div that is enclosing my filter will have a margin bottom of 8, obviously, to separate these from the recipes that you're about to map over. And I'm just going to make a simple mapping right here, and I'm going to have a div, and I'm going to have this grid, display of grid, and it's going to be grid calls. Sorry for that. It's going to be grid calls 3, and this is going to work on large screens. And then I'm going to have a grid calls 2. And for now, let us do this, just a simple map over. I'm first going to check whether we have recipes. So recipes.length equals to 0. If this equals to 0, if the length is equals to 0, then we'll have this. So if our recipes have a length of 0, it means we have no recipe to map over currently. So I'm going to return a h2 saying no recipes found. Else, if we have the recipes, I'm going to map over recipes.map, and I'm going to return I'm going to map over the recipe, and I'm simply going to have a div and I'm just going to create a simple display. I'm going to come here and have something like this, and just say I'm going to have my image displayed, and a class name of widthful height of about and I'm going to have the image here from next image, and I'm going to have the source as the recipe dot featured image, and I'm going to have an alt of image, and then I'm going to come here and say fill, and then I'm going to come here and have a class name saying object cover, and obviously, and then you're going to have object center, and then I can close this, and also I'm going to come here and just have the recipe name, the recipe title, and recipe dot title. Now with this, let's see whether we are mapping over our recipes as we should. Let me go ahead and just look at my terminal. Everything seems to be running. Let me look at my browser, and I should reload this. So it's telling me that we have no recipes found. Await access. Okay. So I'm getting this error of 4.1. Okay. Okay, application error has occurred while loading server user. So I'm going to restart this, and I'm going to clear, and I'm going to run npm run dev. So I went over in my application tab. I came here and I looked for any access token or refresh token, and I deleted it, and I got my recipes mapped. And yeah, so I have this conditional check. So if you have a featured image, that's when I'm going to render the image. You can see right here I have my simple grid. I've not styled up my grid. This is just a simple display, and I have the categories. And let's see if the filters actually work. I'm going to click on quick and easy meals, and once I click on that, the page should reload, and I get my 2 quick and easy meals. I don't know why the images are not really displaying, but it seems like the filters are working. We are fetching our recipes, and we are getting our, okay, let me just have the all. And once I click on the all, I should be returning all the recipes. You can see here I have a pending on my network, and then all the recipes are returned. And I'm going to search for this. I'm going to write the word classic, and you can see when I write the word classic, I get these 2 recipes, and then I get these 2 recipes right here, because you can see the request being sent to the backend. You can see what you are getting as a response. So our filters are working. You can see right here we have the params reading the search as a classic, and this is being sent to the backend and being filtered, and the use effect is working as we expect. Now if I set this to an empty string again, I should now get all my recipes because I have no filter currently. And you see the search, and I get all my recipes. So the recipe filter is working. Let's now work on making this display a little bit more beautiful and more interesting. So let's create our recipe cards and our grid. Before we start making our grid display of our recipes, I want us to fill out these functions first and change this from the user data to the form data. And I'm going to come here and just paste in this functionality. And this is my function to update my user profile, or you'd say upload or edit my user profile. And I'm going to get the access token in the local storage, just like this. And I'm going to call my constant the access token. And with this, I can now be able to update my user profile taking the form data as the argument. If you look at the function or user profile model, if you look at the user profile model, we can be able to actually update our profile and update our bio and our location, because those are the only fields that we can be able to update in our user model. And I have the handle logout, and I'm also going to finish up this function. And what it basically does, it just gets the access token in the local storage, and it removes the access token and the refresh token from the local storage. Duplicate this and change this to the refresh token. That's what the logout function basically does. And when we do this, I want us to set the user to null. I want us to set the show add recipe to false. I want us to set any model that might be displaying to a null or a false boolean. So I'm also going to set the viewing recipe to null, and I'm going to set the show user profile to false. And I have this small error. I forgot to make this an async function. It must be an async function because obviously we are using await. And I come to another very interesting function, and this is the functionality to toggle our favorite and unfavorite our recipe. So first here, I'm going to be checking if we don't have a recipe ID. If we don't have a recipe ID, then I'm going to return and exit the function. I'm going to return nothing and just exit the function. And if we don't have an active user, I'm going to first of all alert the user to log in to be able to favorite recipe, and I'm going to return and exit the function. And then I'm going to have my try catch block right here, and I'm going to console the error if we have any error, and I'm going to say error while favoriting. So if my spelling is wrong, you can correct me. And I'm going to just console.log the error, and I'm going to come here and have my response being an await Axios dot post, and I'm going to copy the URL here, and I'm going to have my URL being an Axios dot post to the backend to favorite our recipe. So this is going to be recipes, and this is going to be our recipe ID. And I'm going to have my favorite here, and I'm going to post an empty object because I'm not posting anything really. I'm just sending it as a post request. And I'm going to define my headers right here, and I'm going to have the content type being an application slash JSON, and I'm going to have my authorization as a bearer, and then I'm going to be passing in the access token as the bearer. So I'm going to go ahead and get my access token, and I'm going to just say access token. So this is the function complete, and for the handle delete recipe, it's just the same. We're going to look up the specific recipe, the slug, and you're going to send a request to delete the recipe. I'm going to have the function pasted in just like that, and I'm going to have my try block right here and my catch block, and this is going to also be an async function because we have an await. And for this, it's not going to be a response of 2 or 4. We're going to be looking out for a response of 200. With that being done, I am done with my functions. The major functions are done with, And when we have a successful delete, we are going to reload the page so that you can refresh the data, and you're going to set the viewing recipe to null if we were viewing a recipe. And now I come here to my grid display, and I already have my H2 here. So I have an empty fragment open, and I have my H2 to tell the user no recipes were found. And this is going to be shown when the recipe's length is equal to 0. And I'm going to have my styles right here. It's going to be a text to a Z. It's going to be a font of bold, and it's going to be a text neutral of 900. And I'm going to have margin bottom of 4 to separate this from the content that I'm also going to have down here, which is a paragraph, which is going to be a text gray of 600. And I'm going to be saying no recipes matching the search criteria. Again, I misspelled this word, and I'm just going to check for the spelling, and I have that. And I'm going to say try searching, try using, try another search, or add a new recipe. And I also want to have a H2 here. So if we have our recipes, we're going to be mapping them. We're going to be mapping over the recipes and displaying them in a grid box. And so I'm going to have this as a text, DXL, a font of bold, a text of neutral 900, and a margin bottom of 4. And I'm going to just have the word recipes. And down here, I'm now going to go ahead and have my grid. So I've mapped over my recipes, I've created the recipes grid, and for each recipe, we get a recipe card, and it should look something like this. And this should be how our our grid. This should be our display. You can see these beautiful images. I don't really know why the images for these recipes are not displaying, but they should be displaying. I think it's the format. But once I click on this view recipe, I should have a model to view the recipe, and that's the model we are talking about. That's the module that is called the viewing recipe. And so I have to have a function that is going to allow me to view the recipe when I click on the model. So and when I click on the card, so I'm just going to come here, and on click, the user should be able to view the recipe. So on click, I should have this. On click, I should set the viewing recipe to the recipe itself. So when a user clicks on a specific recipe, I'm going to refresh the page, and I'm getting this at first because I don't have a loading state. I should add a loading state, but you can do that. You can add a loading state, try and challenge yourself. Add a loading state while the recipes are loading so that you cannot get this. And once I click on a specific recipe, I should be viewing the recipe. And the reason as to why I'm not viewing the recipe is because we don't have that model anywhere in our app. We have not added it in our homepage. So I'm going to say, in case we have a viewing recipe, just going to copy this and I'm just going to paste it inside here, and this is going to be for the viewing recipe, and it should be viewing recipe model. So viewing recipe model, and I'm going to just get rid of that. And this is my viewing recipe model. This is how it's going to look like. I'm going to have the viewing recipe as a prop. I'm going to be having the set viewing recipe as a prop, and I'm going to be having the comments as a prop. I'm going to be having the handle toggle favorite as a prop. I'm going to be having the user as a prop. So all these functions will be passed as props to the viewing model. So let me go ahead and pass these props to my viewing model, to my viewing recipe model, and I'm going to have the comments as viewing recipe dot comments, and I'm going to have the set viewing recipe as set viewing recipe, and I'm going to have the user as the user. I'm going to pass in the comment, the handle toggle favorite as handle toggle favorite, and I'm going to also pass the viewing recipe as the viewing recipe. And once I'm done with this, I can go back to my page, and I want to refresh this page. Again, I don't have the loading state, that's why I'm displaying this. This should be a loading state. You can add a loading state to show that it is loading the recipes. And if I click on a specific recipe, I should be getting this nice display. And this is a scroll area, and this is my model, and I have the chef name here, and I have the comments right here, and I can also be able to rate a recipe, and it looks all neat and nice. So this is how you should be, this is what you should be seeing, this is what you should be doing. And you also see that we have the 16 minutes as the total time. And if I try to come here and favorite a recipe, I'm told to be logging to be able to favorite recipe. Currently, I'm not logged in, so everything is working fine so far. I now want to create my model to have my user to be able to have the user to be able to create their own recipe. I had this show user profile set to true, and whenever I was loading my page or reloading my page, I had the user profile model show up, and I was wondering what's going on. It's because I had set it to true. It should be a default of false. So if you set yours to true, if you set your show user set, if you've set your show user profile to true as a default, you should not be doing that. It should be a false instead. You might be asking where I'm getting some of my components and how am I designing my models. I've not gotten so deep into that. I've not explained. I've not been able to go step by step in how I design my model. But I want you to note that I've been using shardcn for most of my components. The text area, I've been using shardcn. The scroll area that I showed you in the viewing model of the recipe was using a scroll area by shardcn. I have the button by shardcn. I have the badges by shardcn UI. So I have used some shardcn components, if you noticed. And yeah, so if you want to use shardcn, you have to install shardcn and have it integrated, and you can start working with shardcn. So I'm going to come here to my home page, and I don't want to make this mistake again. Before I even have the I start to be able to create a recipe, I need to have the model right here. I'm going to say if we have a show add recipe, then we should be displaying our add recipe model, and that's exactly what I want us to work on currently, and I'm going to just have that, and I'm going to say if my show add recipe is set to true, then I should have my add my create recipe model. And this is what my create recipe model accepts as prop. We're only going to have the set, show, add recipe, and the categories. Okay, so I'm going to pass in the categories as a prop, and these are just the categories that we fetch, and the set, show, add recipe as a prop also. And when I have this, I can now navigate to my create recipe model, and I have this right here, and it's a very it's some long lines. There are some long lines of code. It has some many lines of code, and you can see these are the action buttons for adding our recipe and uploading. We have the tips for adding the tips, which is optional, and we have the instructions. These are just a text area and the instructions label. I have the text area for the ingredients and for the one ingredient per line. Okay, I have the cook time and all that, and these are basically inputs, but I want you to take note of the image upload field. I have created this in a special way that when the user uploads an image, they can be able to preview their image and confirm whether that's the image they want. Else, we're going to show a no image selected. Remember, the image is also not compulsory. The user can decide not to have an image for their recipe. You can decide that the user can decide not to have a featured image for their recipe. It's not compulsory. What happens is when now the user clicks on the upload recipe, we have this function, and we have the handle image change, which is a super important function where it selects the file, select the image file, and a file reader is created, and it's loaded, and we set the preview image, and we have the form data here, and right here we append our different fields, we append our different inputs, and if we have the tips which are optional, we are going to also append the tips, and we're also going to append our featured image if we have the featured image, and then we're going to make a post request using Axios, and we're going to get our response. So I want us to test for this specific model, and I'm just going to run my server again. So let me try and create a recipe, and you can see how beautiful this model is. You can see the image upload button, you can see the inputs, and I'm just going to copy a recipe. Personally, I'm not a chef, so I'm just going to use AI, and just going to cancel that, and I'm just going to paste in the input, have the description, I have the preparation time, and this is a dessert, and it's a difficulty of medium. With my fields pasted in like this, I just want to upload an image, and I'm just going to pick a random image, and you can see I'm seeing the preview. I can decide to also change this again, and I'll have a different preview so you can see how it's working. So I'm going to open up the network tab to see whether I'm successfully creating my image, and I'm going to add the recipe, and I have the alert telling me that the recipe is successfully created, and I have a page reload, And currently, I'm still not being able to see my recipe. And this does not mean I have not created my recipe, but it's because in our models.py, we had an is published, and the only recipes that are being displayed or being fetched from the backend and being displayed on the front end are the recipes that have the is published set true. And when we create our recipe, the is published is not by default set to true. So if I want to display my recipe, I will go ahead in my admin panel. I will go to my admin panel and I will set my recipe is published to true so that it can be displayed in the front end. Now, if you want to have your recipe being viewed in the front end, you have to have your is published set to true, and this is not happening by default, so I have to change it. But if you want to be making this to be true every time, you just come to your views.py, and in your create view, you can have the is published set to a default of true, just like that. And this way, whenever you create a recipe, it will have the is published set to true every time. You don't have to do this manually. But if you want to check for the recipe and see whether the recipe is meeting certain requirements, you can decide to just leave it like the way it is, and you can be doing it manually, checking the recipe, checking whether it's qualified to be displayed in your application. And once you do this, you can save. And when I save this, I will now see my recipe in the front end. I'll go ahead and reload my page, and I will now expect to see my recipe being displayed in my front end. And now you can see I have both my of my recipes being displayed in my front end, and both of them, they have a delete icon, meaning that I have the ability to delete this because I am the one who created the recipe. You cannot see this delete icon or this trash icon in any other recipe because you are not the one who created the recipe. If I come here and try to also, let me try to favorite the recipe. And let me reload the page. I've favorited this recipe successfully. So the function to favorite the recipe is working. We can successfully create a recipe, and I just want to make a few small change in my handle toggle recipe favorite, and I'm going to come here and say if the response that I get if the response favorite if the response.data favorite is true, then we are going to have an alert you have successfully favorited the recipe, and else we're going to say that you have so far you have created the view and the create functionality. We are left with the update and the delete, and next you're going to have a personal page for you to view the recipes that you have created, for you to be able to edit and delete a specific recipe. Currently, I'm looking at the shared CN drop-down menu page, and I want to implement such a component on our profile. So whenever a user clicks on a profile, similar to what you see on Google, they should have a drop-down menu looking like this, and they should be able to customize their profile, or they should be able to update or delete one of their recipes. They should be able to log out, and that's what I'm trying to implement. So I'm going to copy this right here, and I'm going to come here and add that. And also I want to work with an avatar, so just going to click on that and wait it for it to download, complete the installation. Done. I want now to come here and replace this button with the user profile drop down, and I'm just going to have drop down menu imported just like that, and I'm going to have the drop down menu trigger imported just like that, and I'm going to have a simple button imported, and it's going to have an avatar, and the button is going to have a variant of ghost, and the avatar is going to have the source, the image source, the source avatar image as, having the source as the user dot profile picture, an alt of user profile picture, and then we're going to have a avatar fallback, which is basically going to have a background bg gradient to bottom left from purple 100 to indigo 300, and I'm going to have the text to be white and a font of black, which is extra bold, and then I'm going to have the username chart 0 to uppercase. I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm going to have the username chart, the index one. So this is the first letter and this is the second letter of the username. So this is going to be the ultimate fallback. And after the drop down menu trigger, I'm going to have drop down menu content, and this is going to I'm going to have a class name for the drop down. which is going to be I'm going to have a class name for the content, which is going to be a width of 64, and I can now render my different properties that I want to be displayed when a user clicks on the drop-down menu. So the first thing that I want to have here is drop-down menu item, which is going to be saying my recipes, and it's going to be a link from next link, and this is going to be redirecting the user to a different page, and the page is my recipes. And I also want to have another drop down menu item, which is going to say edit profile, and on click is going to go ahead and set the user set show user profile to true. So I'm going to have this as a prop. I've not added it as a prop. And then I'm going to have a drop down menu separator. Make sure the import is from ./dropdown. Don't import from Radix UI. Don't have any shared CN import from Radix because you're going to encounter an error. And then I'm going to come here and have and this drop down menu separator should have a class name of margin y of 3 of 2.5, I mean. And then I'm going to have another drop down menu item, which is going to have the content log out, and on click I'm going to call the handle logout function. So this is what you should be having in your code. And now when I go ahead and run my browser, run my application, reload my application, I'm going to run the server, and I'm going to go ahead and add this as a prop. I'm going to add set show user profile, and I'm going to come to my home page, and I'm going to add this to my header or my navbar right here. Set show user profile, set show user profile, and I'm going to open my page. I'm going to open my localhost. I'm going to run my localhost. So you can see right here I have my nice drop down menu and my avatar right here, and I can just click on this, and if I want to view my own recipes or edit my profile, I can click on this and the profile module is opened up. I can go ahead and log out. I can go to my recipes page, and when I go to my recipes page, I'm getting an error of a 404, meaning that the page is not found. So I want us to create our recipes page. Then create my recipes page, my personal recipes page, and I'm going to name it my recipes, and I'm going to create page.tsx, and I'm going to paste in the page, and I have this page. Currently I'm logged out, so I want you to see what will happen when I try to load this page when I'm logged out. So I'm going to go back here, and currently you can see I'm logged out. I don't have my profile right there, but I'm going to show you what happens when I try to access this page. It's showing me it's a 404. Should not be a 404, so I'm going to reload this page, and I'm going to go to my recipes. Let me restart the server again. So let me navigate to my recipes page, and I get this failed to fetch recipes, because in my recipes page, if I'm not able to fetch the recipes, I'm going to this is my recipes page, sorry. If I'm not able to fetch my own recipes, I'm going to have this error, failed to fetch recipes, please try again. And if we have an error, we display this div, div right here, which tells the user that they cannot be able to fetch the recipe. And one reason why we cannot do that is because currently we are not logged in. For us to be able to have our recipes, you have to log in first. And once I'm logged in, I can now go ahead and navigate to my recipes. Oh, it should not be okay. Let me go ahead and change this in my in my um in my drop down menu, which is in the header, so it's in my navbar. And instead of calling this, I named this my recipes. It was an error. It should be my dash recipes. And then I go back to my home page, and I'm going to just reload the page. I'm going to have the page reloaded. And unfortunately, I don't have the loading state. And now I should be able to navigate to my recipes. You can see this at the bottom left corner. The URL shows, and I have this page, I have this loading state, and I have my two recipes, and I have these to be able to go back to my home page, but I have my two recipes. Now I can edit or delete my recipes, but before we do that, let's look at what is in my code base. Let's look at what is in my code, and let's see what's actually going on in this page. And if we have no recipes, I'm going to be displaying this get started by creating your first recipe. If we have the recipes, then you're going to map the recipes as you've seen. But I want you to see these two buttons, and I want to add something, cursor pointer and cursor pointer right here. And I'm going to give them a padding of maybe padding of about padding x, padding y of 2, and a padding x of 4. I'm just going to recopy this and paste it right here. And I'm going to paste the padding y of 2 and the padding x of 4. and I'm going to also have this to be rounded MD, and I want to have it a BG of let's say amber 50 slash 70, and I want these to have the same, but I want these to have a BG of rose, and I want these to be rose rose 200 and a slash of 75. Let's see how this will be looking for the buttons. I want to style the buttons just a little bit, and yeah, so I want them to look like this, so I can have these two buttons right here, and yeah, that's okay. So if we click on our edit button, what will happen? We set our edit recipe to recipe. Remember how our viewing recipe worked? This is how the edit recipe is going to work. So I already have the edit recipe. So if I have set my edit recipe to a value of the recipe, then I'm going to come here and show my recipe. So if I have edit recipe set to true, if I have my edit recipe set to true, I want to go ahead and display my edit recipe, and the edit recipe is going to have the recipe data. Okay, the edit recipe is going to have the recipe data, and what the edit recipe will enable us to do is it is going to enable us to update our recipe. So if I have that set true, then I'm going to show my edit recipe model, and it's going to look like this. I'm going to show you, and it has these properties. It has the recipe property, it has the categories, a prop, the recipe, the categories, the on close, and the on update. So we have to go ahead and make these methods. We have to go ahead and make these functions our on update and our on close function. So this is how the edit recipe looks like. It sets the on load, it uses the state of the recipes. The existing data is going to be used as a state. So the title will already be pre-filled with what you had in your title, the category, the description. All these forms will be filled, and when we edit or we make changes to the form, we will append the data. We can also be able to edit our image and all that. And the content type right here is multi-part form data, and we get our access token, and on update we pass the response data. So we have to go ahead and create the on update function, the on close function, but this is how our edit model will be looking like. So I'm going to come here, and I'm going to just pass in some of the props, and I'm going to start with the recipe, and the recipe is going to be equal to the edit recipe. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm also going to go ahead and pass the on edit, on update, and on close. I'll create these functions in a minute. And also we have the categories, which we need to have. So you're going to also have to fetch our categories. So I'm also going to have a function to fetch my categories. So let's create our fetch categories. Const fetch categories function, and I want us to have these categories stored in a state, and I'm going to create my state to store my categories that I fetch, and I'm going to call these categories and set categories, and it's going to use a state of not a recipe type, but this is going to be a state of category. This is going to be a type of category type, and you're going to have an empty array as the initial state of the categories. And if our response, if we have in case we return a response dot data, we are going to, in case we return a response dot data, you're going to store this in our categories. Response dot data, you're going to store this in you're going to set our categories to the response data, and I'm going to now call my fetch categories right below my fetch recipes, and every time we reload the page, every time we load the page, you're going to be fetching our categories and storing them in our state, and then I'm going to pass the categories down here, right there. Now I have the on update and the on close, and these are two simple functions that I'm going to just define here. The first one is the on close. It's going to be the on close, very simple function, and it's going to just, it's not going to be an async function. It's going to just do something very simple. It's just going to set the edit recipe to null. I mean, basically, that's what it's just going to do. Nothing much. So we're just going to set the edit recipe to null. And for the on update, which is basically it gives us the response that we get when we successfully update recipe. So it's just going to have a response as an argument, and it's a type of any. I'm just going to console.log this response. I'm not going to do much. I'm just going to console log the response. And that's what I'm going to be doing. So I'm going to pass this on close and on edit, on update to my functions right here, on close and on edit. And I have a small error here. It's telling me the type recipe type is not assignable to type id string. Okay, so it seems like I have an error here with my typing, and I'm going to come here, and the id should be a type of a number. It should not be a type of string, should be a type of number, and the error is gone just like that. Now I want to test for my edit recipe model. I'm going to save everything. I'm going to open up I'm going to reload my page. I have my page reloaded, and I'm going to click on this, and you can see I have all my data pre-filled, even my image. That's a nice thing. And I'm going to try and change a certain attribute, or I'm going to change a certain field, and I'm going to just open my network tab to make sure everything is working as expected. And I'm going to say this, I'm going to change this from stir fry to just fry, and I'm going to have the cook time added to 17, and I'm going to click on update recipe. Oh, sorry, I have to select a categories again. So I don't get why the category is not pre-filled. So I'm going to have this in the main dishes, and I'm going to update my recipe. It's giving me a 404 error. No recipe matches the given query. Okay, let's see what this error is about. Whenever I try to update my recipe, first of all, you can notice that I'm pre-filling all these fields. These fields are filled, but the category field is not being filled. And when I try to update my recipe, let me change that field, and let us see what happens when I try to update my recipe. Going to navigate to the network tab, And whenever I try to click on update the recipe, okay, first of all, the category field is not pre-filled, is not getting pre-filled. So this is what we're going to fix. And whenever I try to update my recipe, I get a 404 error telling me that the 404 error is specifying no recipe match the given query. And the reasons to why I'm getting this error is because we have an error here. First of all, this is a big mistake that I made, and we should be using the slug to get the specific recipe. And again, I'm not having the autocomplete is because I'm using this type. So I'm just going to switch this to my recipe type, which I have defined. And when I do that, I should come here and be having the recipe slug. And this is what you should be looking up the specific recipe with. Remember, we defined this in our views.py, and in our recipe delete view, the lookup field is the slug, and also the recipe update view, the lookup field is the slug. And when I come to my urls.py, I also notice that I made another error where I'm using the same view to delete the slug. I'm using the same view to delete the recipe, where this should be the recipe delete view, not the recipe update view. So you should be using the recipe delete view to delete the recipe and the recipe update view to update the recipe. And again, here we are supposed to pass the slug. Instead, you're passing the ID. And yeah, that's one mistake. And also in our page, in my recipes page, you should be deleting the recipe, not with the recipe ID. This should not be the recipe ID. This should be the slug. And I'm going to have this as a type of a string because that's the lookup field that we'll be using to delete our recipes. So let me just get rid of that. And the slug should be the one that you're going to use to delete the recipes. And when I come back to my edit recipe model, again, I should be pre-filling the category. The category should be pre-filled. And the reasons why this is happening is because before we had a string related field which was returning the category related to a string name. So what was happening, we were returning a category like this. So let me just show you real quick how the category is being returned. I'm going to go back to my home page, and when I do a refresh, I should see my categories. I should see my recipes. And I want you to notice something and look at the category. Right now it's returning an ID, a name, and a slug. Okay? But before we were just getting the name of the category and we did not have this. So I changed this from a string related field, and you should do the same. Have this method called getCategory, and it should be returning the category ID, the category name, and the category slug. And that way we'll be able to now work with come here and say that the default field here should be the category ID. And this is going to pop up an error because in our types we have defined a category. In our recipe type we have defined our category as a string. Instead, we should have the category having the ID, which is a type of a number, a name, which is a type of a string, and a slug, which is a type of a string. So in this way, we can come to our recipe model, and we are going to say recipe from category, and is going to be the category. And is bringing this error because the category that you're passing the category ID. So I'm just going to fix this using Copilot and convert this to a string. And I'm going to say accept. So now we have solved our error in the category, and also here you're having an error. So I'm just going to change this to I'm just going to have Copilot fix this, and now we can go ahead to update our category. We can try to update our category and see whether everything is working as expected. And I'm going to come here and the handle delete recipe, it should not be having a recipe ID. Instead, it should be a recipe slug, just like that. And come here to your urls.py, and just save everything. Remember to change this from recipe update view to recipe delete view. That's the view that you'll be using to delete a recipe. And I now hope that it's going to work. And if I go back to my page and view my recipes and click on edit and just change this to 2, nice. You can see now we are pre-filling the category with our category that we stated that we had. So before, this field was not getting pre-filled. Now it's getting pre-filled because you have fixed the error. So I'm going to have this changed to I'm going to change this title, and now I'm going to try and update my recipe. And the recipe has been successfully updated, and we get a response. And I'm not seeing the change here because I have to refresh the page. But if I refresh the page, you're going to see the change. And very nice, you see that we have changed our title. So this is how you should update. And we are remaining now with our last crude operation, which is to delete our category. And if I click on this delete, I have this small pop-up here that asks me, are you sure you want to delete? But if I go to my home page, you have noticed that your recipes, or the recipes that you created, they all have an icon to delete. They all have this small icon that allows you to delete the recipe. So I want to get rid of this icon here that allows you to delete your own recipe. I want us to get rid of it in the home page. I want you to be able to go to your page to be able to delete a recipe. So I'm going to come again to this page. I'm going to go to my home page, and I'm going to go to the recipe card, and I'm going to get rid of this trash icon. I'm just going to get rid of it like that. And now the only way that you can delete your recipe is by going to view your recipes and deleting them on the actual your recipes page. And when you do this, if I reload, if I go back to my home page, I should have gotten rid of the delete recipes icon. The trash icon should now be gotten rid of, and I don't have the trash icon anymore. And again, I'm going to go to my recipes page, and I'm going to try and delete this beef and mushroom stir fry, and I'm going to see what happens. We see what happens when we click on the confirm delete, and I'm getting this 500 error telling me you call this URL via delete but does not end in a slash, and you have append slash set. Okay, so it's because we don't have our delete recipe ending in a slash, okay, the URL. So Django also have this rule, so you have to have all your URLs being called ending in a slash unless you have set this, unless you have set this to false, and redirect to the slash URL while maintaining, you have append slash set. So our append slash is set to true, so we have to have an append slash at the end. So I'm just going to go back to my recipes page.tsx, and if I come to my handle delete function, we handle delete recipe right here. I'm now going to add an append slash right at the end there, and now I should be able to delete my recipe. Let me just reload the page. whenever I try to update my recipe, first of all, you can notice that I'm pre-filling all these fields. These fields are filled, but the category field is not being filled. And when I try to update my recipe, let me change that field and let us see what happens when I try to update my recipe. Going to navigate to the network tab, and whenever I try to click on update the recipe, okay, first of all, the category field is not pre-filled, is not getting pre-filled. So this is what you're going to fix. And whenever I try to update my recipe, I get a 404 error telling me that the 404 error is specifying no recipe match the given query. And the reasons to why I'm getting this error is because we have an error here. First of all, this is a big mistake that I made, and we should be using the slug to get the specific recipe. And again, I'm not having the autocomplete is because I'm using this type. So I'm just going to switch this to my recipe type, which I have defined. And when I do that, I should come here and be having the recipe slug. And this is what you should be looking up the specific recipe with. Remember, we defined this in our views.py, and in our recipe delete view, the lookup field is the slug, and also the recipe update view, the lookup field is the slug. And when I come to my urls.py, I also notice that I made another error where I'm using the same view to delete the slug. I'm using the same view to delete the recipe, where this should be the recipe delete view, not the recipe update view. So you should be using the recipe delete view to delete the recipe and the recipe update view to update the recipe. And again, here we are supposed to pass the slug. Instead, you're passing the ID. And yeah, that's one mistake. And also in our page, in my recipes page, you should be deleting the recipe, not with the recipe ID. This should not be the recipe ID. This should be the slug. And I'm going to have this as a type of a string because that's the lookup field that we'll be using to delete our recipes. So let me just get rid of that. And the slug should be the one that you're going to use to delete the recipes. And when I come back to my edit recipe model, again, I should be pre-filling the category. The category should be pre-filled. And the reasons why this is happening is because before we had a string related field which was returning the category related to a string name. So what was happening, we were returning a category like this. So let me just show you real quick how the category is being returned. I'm going to go back to my home page, and when I do a refresh, I should see my categories. I should see my recipes. I should see my recipes, and I want you to notice something and look at the category. Right now it's returning an ID, a name, and a slug. Okay, but before we were just getting the name of the category and we did not have this. So I changed this from a string related field, and you should do the same. Have this method called get category, and it should be returning the category ID, the category name, and the category slug. And that way we'll be able to now work with come here and say that the default field here should be the category ID. And this is going to pop up an error because in our types we have defined a category. We have defined in our recipe type we have defined our category as a string. Instead, we should have the category having the ID, which is a type of a number, a name, which is a type of a string, and a slug, which is a type of a string. So in this way, we can come to our recipe model, and we are going to say recipe from category, and is going to be the category, and is bringing this error because the category that you're passing the category ID. So I'm just going to fix this using Copilot and convert this to a string. And I'm going to say accept. So now we have solved our error in the category, and also here you're having an error. So I'm just going to change this to I'm just going to have Copilot fix this, and now we can go ahead to update our category. We can try to update our category and see whether everything is working as expected. And I'm going to come here, and the handle delete recipe, it should not be having a recipe ID. Instead, it should be a recipe slug, just like that. And come here to your urls.py. Come here to your urls.py and just save everything. Remember to change this from recipe update view to recipe delete view. That's the view that you'll be using to delete a recipe. And I now hope that it's going to work. And if I go back to my page and view my recipes, and click on edit and just change this to 2. Nice, you can see now we are pre-filling the category with our category that we stated that we had. So before, this field was not getting pre-filled. Now it's getting pre-filled because you have fixed the error. So I'm going to have this changed to I'm going to change this title, and now I'm going to try and update my recipe. And the recipe has been successfully updated, and we get a response. And I'm not seeing the change here because I have to refresh the page. But if I refresh the page, you're going to see the change. And very nice, you see that we have changed our title. So this is how you should update, and we are remaining now with our last crude operation, which is to delete our category. And if I click on this delete, I have this small pop-up here that asks me, are you sure you want to delete? But if I go to my home page, you have noticed that your recipes, or the recipes that you created, they all have an icon to delete. They all have this small icon that allows you to delete the recipe. So I want to get rid of this icon here that allows you to delete your own recipe. I want us to get rid of it in the home page. I want you to be able to go to your page to be able to delete a recipe. So I'm going to come again to this page. I'm going to go to my home page, and I'm going to go to the recipe card, and I'm going to get rid of this trash icon. I'm just going to get rid of it like that. And now the only way that you can delete your recipe is by going to view your recipes and deleting them on the actual your recipes page. And when you do this, if I reload, if I go back to my home page, I should have gotten rid of the delete recipes icon. the trash icon should now be gotten rid of, and I don't have the trash icon anymore. And again, I'm going to go to my recipes page, and I'm going to try and delete this beef and mushroom stir fry, and I'm going to see what happens. We see what happens when we click on the confirm delete, and I'm getting this 500 error telling me you call this URL via delete but does not end in a slash and you have append slash set. Okay, so it's because we don't have our delete recipe ending in a slash, okay, the URL. So Django also have this rule, so you have to have all your URLs being called ending in a slash unless you have set this to I don't know, unless you have set this to false. You can redirect to the slash URL while maintaining you have append slash set. So our append slash is set to true, so we have to have an append slash at the end. So I'm just going to go back to my recipes page.tsx, and if I come to my handle delete function, we handle delete recipe right here. I'm now going to add an append slash right at the end here, and now I should be able to delete my recipe. Now I should be able to delete my recipe. Let me just reload the page. I click on delete, and I have to confirm delete, and we have a successful delete request, and we get our title, our deleted recipe title, and our message. Now we are done with all our CRUD operations. You've noticed something. When I go back to my home page, I don't have any of my recipes. And you might be asking why. I want you to notice that whenever we update or create a recipe, it's not being displayed. The time we created a recipe, it was not immediately displayed in our homepage. We had to go to our admin panel and set the is published is to true, meaning that whenever we update a recipe, by default, the is published is not set to true. And we can change this in both our models for viewing our recipe and updating our recipe. I want us to have one field set to true, and I want this field to be true by default, whether we are creating a recipe or updating a recipe. So if I go to my create recipe model, I want to have this form data dot append, and then I'm going to have is published, and I'm going to have it in the recipe form, and I want to have the is published form data dot is published. I want it to be a default of true, and it's going to tell me type of boolean is not assignable to parameter of type blob. Now, this blob type does not allow for boolean types or number types, but we can still work with this by converting this to a string. And thanks to our serializer and the way Django processes the data, is going to convert these to a boolean or a number in any appropriate situation. So this is still okay if you convert this to a string. And the is published is going to have a default of true. And the same case with my update recipe model, my update recipe model, my edit recipe model, or my update recipe model. I still want to have the is published here being a default of true. Is published being a default of true, and I'm going to have this again appended in my form data so that we'll be able to see our recipe in our homepage when you update the recipe or when you create a new recipe. So this is set to true. Again, this is going to be converted to, I'm going to just have Copilot do this for me, and I'm going to have it converted to string, and I'm just going to accept. Now, I'm going to go ahead and update my recipe again. I'm going to edit this recipe again, and this time I'm just going to return the title to the way it was. I'm going to check for my network tab to see whether everything is working fine as expected, and I'm going to just go ahead and update my recipe. And I've updated my recipe, and the is published is set to true. And now I want to go back to my home page. So I have my recipe being displayed, and it seems like we fixed everything, and now we have a fully working application. And this will bring me to the conclusion of my video. I would like to leave you some challenges. I would like you to create a favorites page where the users can see their favorited recipes. I want you to have a comment from the comment functionality fully working. I want you to create the rate functionality where users can be able to successfully rate the recipe and comment on the recipe, and also have a loading state for your homepage. These challenges will allow you to learn even more and to even have a deeper understanding, and that's the most important thing. And if you found this video helpful or educational, you can leave a comment and click on the like button and subscribe for more content. Thank you for watching. See you in the next video.